The power of eternal life, explode out for me. The power of eternal life, explode out for me. A hysterical roar. The power of eternity suddenly transformed. The ignited power of eternity on Long Fei's right arm disappeared and transformed into another wave of energy. This energy also poured into the infinite boxing in an instant. The infinite boxing that was already burning instantly underwent a mutation as well after being infused with the ability of immortality. The burning flames instantly turned black. The color of death. Young Taoist was immediately shocked, his mouth agape as he looked at Long Fei. Immortal ability? Is this the power of the second stage of power of eternity that Master mentioned? No, 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 no. This is impossible. Senior brother just started to cultivate his power of eternity. He just stepped into the threshold, and continuously using the power of eternity this entire time, had already expended too much of his profound qi. It is impossible for him to advance the power of eternity again at a time like this. Young Taoist had an expression of disbelief. Because it was simply impossible for Long Fei, whose power of eternity had not yet been completely grasped, to advance to become an immortal. This was completely illogical. Without cultivating, how could he possibly advance his cultivation? Not to mention the young Taoist, even Long Fei himself was the same. His heart was also befuddled. He only wanted to use the infinite boxing's combo attack to destroy the illusion of the Emperor Xian. But at that instant, he immediately let out a furious roar, and released the power of the second stage of the power of eternity for some unfathomable reason. Moreover, the moment he released his power, his mind trembled, and the soul-locked chain that bound his soul instantly shattered. Strength was not above the same level. This feeling could only be described by one word: delightful. Long Fei did not think about how the power of eternity could be upgraded, nor did he think about the aftereffects of using his immortal energy. First, he would fumble through the Emperor Xian's phantoms. As for the others, let's talk about it after it was done. Below the guillotine, Long Fei's clone, with a 39-long blade, cut the guillotine in two. At this moment, he was frantically absorbing the guillotine's power. But what surprised him was that the energy he absorbed, very little, not much. It should be said that he had absorbed a massive amount of energy, but in that instant, the energy inexplicably turned into another type of energy that disappeared within his body. Very strange. This had never happened to him before. However, he did not think too much as the guillotine was destroyed. He did not stay any longer, and with a step, he jumped up and directly stood at the entrance of the shrine. Ninth Heaven, guillotine. HNG. I once said that I would crush this place. Long Fei's clone was in high spirits. He had finally fulfilled the oath he had sworn all those years ago. It was clean. Standing at the entrance of the shrine, he stepped in. At this moment, Long Fei's clone's gaze tensed up, and instantly stared at a certain direction. At this moment, the Wild King carried the Devil's Batleeks on his shoulder and looked at Long Fei without moving. The first time he saw him, Wild King felt very familiar, but he knew that he had never seen this person before. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. Someone from the God's tribe? Quang Wang shook his head and asked, "Enemy?" Long Fei also shook his head and said, "You want to stop me?" Quang Wang still shook his head and asked, "What are you doing here?" Long Fei said indifferently, "Kill!" Quang Wang's pupils shrank as he stared into Long Fei's eyes. After pausing for a few seconds, he started to laugh loudly. "So it's a friendly army. I thought it was an enemy army." He could see the killing intent in Long Fei's eyes. This kind of killing intent could not be fake. It could also determine that Long Fei's identity was definitely not someone from the God's tribe. However, the savage king seemed carefree, but his heart was as meticulous as a feather. He was incomparably cautious because he had to be cautious with the person in front of him. Because it was very strong. Long Fei said, "Are you trying to kill the god's tribe as well?" Kuang Wang looked at the hall of Emperor Xian in the distance that had sunk down for a long period of time and said, "My boss is inside." "Your boss?" Long Fei asked with interest. "Who is it?" "The future Eternal Lord, his name is—" Not waiting for him to finish. Rumble. The hall of Emperor Xian released a loud sound. The hall of Emperor Xian emitted black light from all directions. The hall was about to split open. Kuang Wang laughed, "Hee hee. Is this power really that strong?" Long Fei looked over and nodded. "That's right." A shiver went down his spine. "Hey, what's going on? Why do I feel like this power was lost from my body? I've never cultivated this kind of power before." It was a very strange feeling. Long Fei did not understand. "My boss is currently in a berserk state. If he wants to fight God's tribe all by himself, he won't allow us to interfere at all. I think it's better if you stay here and watch the show with me." The person in front of him was very strong. Kuang Wang did not want him to approach the hall of Emperor Xian, as this would pose an additional threat to Long Fei. As for Long Fei, as long as the young Taoist was here, Long Fei would definitely not die. The Wild King had confidence in the young Taoist. Long Fei looked at the hall of Emperor Xian, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Fine anyway, I'm very lazy, so it's fine if someone does it for me. But I don't know if your boss will be able to do it, but this is the place where the ancient world is connected to, where the first powerhouse of Hongmeng is, or even further away. Where the #1 Emperor Xian of the ancient realm is." He was afraid that the person inside might not be able to bear it. Kuang Wang grinned and said, "Don't worry. Looking at the current situation, no one in Shrine is a match for my boss." Long Fei curiously looked at the Wild King, and he was secretly shocked in his heart. This person is not simple. Hall of Emperor Xian. The infinite boxing began to go berserk as the power of immortality entered it. In an instant, the soul-locked chain was reduced to dust. With a step forward, he stood in front of the Emperor Xian simulacrum. His lips curled as he said sinisterly, "Now, when it came to you, one word at a time." Each word was filled with killing intent. The eyes of the illusory Emperor Xian suddenly contracted. Without waiting for him to react. Rumble! 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 The combo had already begun. He was originally a shadow formed by the Emperor Xian and had no substance. He was just a shadow existence. How could a shadow attack him? It shouldn't have hurt at all. But the infinite boxing that had been infused with the power of immortality formed a concave shape with its fist, as if it had been punched by the real face. Then, bang bang bang. A crazy combo. Beat him to death. The power released from every punch split Hall of Emperor Xian apart. Not worthy to fight with you? Not qualified to be in your hands? Is it good enough now? Who doesn't have the qualifications now? Emperor Xian, you son of a bitch. You made me start all over again several times. I have been holding back my anger all this time. You son of a bitch. Long Fei cursed crazily. At the same time, it was also crazily attacking. The Emperor Xian simulacrum did not have the energy to resist and was crazily beaten up by Long Fei in the end. The simulacrum started to crack and the energy from Emperor Xian's body started to dissipate. Ancient world. Emperor Xian's eyes were blazing with fire. How preposterous. You too, I need to go back to Universal Realm. Emperor Xian got up to leave. The other two immediately stood up. The white-haired man said, "Brother Xian, my third brother and I have already left. Even if he is really the reincarnation of Long Batian with extraordinary strength, as long as he does not step into the ancient world one day, his cultivation will not be able to recover to the peak. The two of us will definitely become illusory." Emperor Xian got up to leave. The other two immediately stood up. The white-haired man said, "Brother Xian, my third brother and I have already left. Even if he is really the reincarnation of Long Batian with extraordinary strength, as long as he does not step into the ancient world one day, his cultivation will not be able to recover to the peak. The two of us will definitely become illusory. If you kill him, you can be at ease." The other man said, "You're right. This is a critical moment. If you leave now, the following matter will be very disadvantageous to our Lord. You should know your Lord's temper very well. We have endured Long Batian's reincarnation. What can't you endure? He's going to die soon anyway." The two of them were very confident. Confidence came from one's own strength. The two of them were about to reach Universal Realm. There was no need for Emperor Xian to leave right now. Moreover, he couldn't leave now either. Emperor Xian's gaze tensed up as he frowned. The white-haired man asked, "You can't let those clansmen of yours go? Brother Xian, you are someone who will leave the ancient world sooner or later. It is time for you to leave your clansmen behind. It is enough that you have protected them for 1,000,000,000 years." Another man said, "The powerhouse cannot have any shackles. Relatives are the biggest stumbling block for the powerhouse. Your clansmen will only become your burden and protect them. You might not be able to break through the shackles of the ancient world your entire life." The two of them said. The originally angry Emperor Xian also calmed down. Indeed, he had guarded the gods' tribe for long enough already to have made them act arrogantly for 1,000,000,000 years. That was enough time. Then again, as long as the figures of these two people could reach the shrine, then it would be useless even if Long Fei was truly the reincarnation of Long Batian. This was because Long Batian, who had not stepped into the ancient world, was not called Long Batian. Half a minute passed. Emperor Xian let out a deep breath and said, "Master's mission is more important. I'll listen to you guys." The two of them smiled and said, "That's right. Brother Xian, don't worry. If we rush to that boy's place, we will die, and no one can harm your descendants from the gods' tribe. You can just bring us to find the corpse of the ancient Ashura's abyss Long Batian peacefully." "My lord is very concerned about this matter." Emperor Xian nodded his head. "I got it. I was being too impulsive just now. Master's mission was too important. I will bring you guys into the ancient Ashura abyss right now. However, I have a question I don't understand." The white-haired man said, "How can I not understand?" Emperor Xian asked. "Why does Master want Long Batian's corpse? A person who has died for tens of millions of years, no matter how strong he is, what can his corpse possibly have?" He could not understand. Moreover, time flowed by. Stellar transposition. Was the former powerhouse still the powerhouse after trillions of years? Not necessarily. Thus, in the heart of the Emperor Xian, Long Batian wasn't much of a threat, and he even had the confidence that if Long Batian was in front of him, he would definitely be able to kill him. The white-haired man smiled and said, "My lord naturally has his own goal. We, the servants, only need to accomplish the mission. But, since you asked, I'll tell you. Actually, Master does not want Long Batian's corpse, but rather the repression of boundary stones that is suppressing his body. As for this piece of repression of boundary stones..." The white-haired man did not continue. There were all kinds of legends regarding the repression of boundary stones. Some people said he was the heart of the ancient world, some said he was a powerhouse from another realm, and some even said that the repression of boundary stones was a universe-divine stone with the strongest power. Whoever could unlock it would be able to obtain this power, and suppress all other powers. Repression of boundary stones? Emperor Xian thought for a moment and turned his head to look at the direction of Universal Realm. The man replied, "Don't worry. It will be fine. With the avatars of the two of us, that kid is going to die." Emperor Xian laughed dryly, and then led the two into the darkness. In the darkness, ghosts roared and hell cried. The most ferocious place in the ancient world, and also one of the 3 forbidden grounds, the Ashura's abyss. High and mighty? God's tribe is the sky, is the God? Your F** King awesome. You F** King called your real face over here. Long Fei violently thrashed him, also crazily venting the anger in his heart. The shadow of the Emperor Xian was stepped on by him. Punch, punch, and punch. The Emperor Xian phantom shadow had been beaten to the point where he could only resist, unable to resist at all. The entire hall of Emperor Xian was being suppressed by the aura emitted from Long Fei's body. Those descendant of God's tribe and elders all had ugly expressions, and did not dare to make a single sound. Their haughtiness, and the haughtiness that they were born with had all shattered under Long Fei's fist. The illusion of the Emperor Xian was reduced to such a state. How strong was this kid? Once the Emperor Xian phantoms died, they would be next. At this moment, they no longer dared to have that kind of aloof and arrogant expression. All of their bodies were curled up, and none of them dared to look up, as if they were afraid that Long Fei would send them to hell with a single punch. They trembled. Even though he was kneeling on the ground, his body still couldn't help but tremble. Emperor Xian, come back quickly. Lord Emperor Xian, come back quickly. Master, come back quickly. They had never been so afraid. The ancient worlds were trembling in fear, and their faces turned pale. He felt that Long Fei was now the god of death. Moreover, it was the kind of crazy death god. They did not dare to move. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Long Fei attacked ferociously. The infinite boxing's power was incomparably strong, and the illusory image of the Emperor Xian could no longer withstand it as its power dissipated. At the same time, his body was cracking. Although he was just a shadow, he had a long bloody groove above his head. At this moment, the groove was almost empty. Emperor Xian, come out real face. Boom! Long Fei stepped onto the Emperor Xian simulacrum, his body brimming with killing intent. Just the simulacrum alone was not enough to vent out the anger in his heart. The person he wanted to kill was the Emperor Xian. It was the real face, not an illusion. Rumble! He stomped heavily on the ground. Crack! The image of the Emperor Xian was instantly shattered by Long Fei, and the last bit of blood on his head directly turned into zero. The system sounded out. Ding! Long Fei did not listen. He didn't want to hear about system beep now. Right now, he wanted to kill the entire God's tribe. Thus, the instant the Emperor Xian's illusion was shattered, Long Fei took a step forward, and instantly landed in front of the gigantic statue of the Emperor Xian, his fists moving. It struck towards the head of the Emperor Xian's statue. A punch exploded. However, at this moment, space distorted and two phantoms walked out step by step. He owed her one to make up for it. Space twisted like a space-time tunnel. Space twisted like a space-time tunnel. Two silhouettes walked out. Long Fei was startled. He immediately threw a punch at the shadow. Old man Emperor Xian, is that all you have? If they don't even dare to come out, then they can only send these clones out to die? A furious roar. Long Fei did not look at the appearance of the two phantoms. The people that appeared in Hall of Emperor Xian did not need to see who they were, since they were all targets for killing. The punch landed. One of the two figures moved slightly and walked in front. The corner of his mouth hooked up and lightly said, Long Baishan's reincarnation? He did not dodge. He did not defend and allowed Long Fei to strike down. Rumble! Boom! 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 This punch was able to cause the Emperor Xian phantom to retreat 30 meters. The power released from this fist that was infused with eternal life was not to be trifled with. However, the shadow did not move. Not only that. Crack, crack, crack. The joints of Long Fei's fists cracked. It was as if his entire right arm had been completely shattered. The mysterious man didn't retreat, but he retreated a dozen steps. His arm was in great pain as it powerlessly drooped down. It was very uncomfortable. Long Fei looked at the shadow and asked, "An even stronger Emperor Xian clone?" There was no fear in his heart. The flames of war grew even more intense. The smile on the mysterious man's face became sinister, full of disdain. He coldly snorted, "You dare to say that you're Long Beishan's reincarnation with such power?" Too weak. Long Fei's gaze darkened slightly. Staring at one presbyter of God's tribe, he flipped his left hand. Boom! It directly sucked him in and crushed his head. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing presbyter of God's tribe. Do you wish to absorb its cultivation? Yes, sir. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently Level 3 Overlord. Injured? His arm was crippled? It didn't matter. Killing a person and leveling up once had allowed him to recover from his current situation. He was just hanging himself like this. The aura on Long Fei's body slightly changed. The crippled back of his hand instantly recovered. His 5 fingers gripped tightly, and a loud cracking sound could be heard. The shadow shook and laughed. Instant recovery from serious injuries. My cultivation has also become much stronger in an instant. Interesting. Relying on killing and devouring to raise one's cultivation? She saw through Long Fei with a single glance. Even though he did not know what a system was, but Long Fei's actions immediately understood it. Interesting, truly interesting. Just now, that presbyter of God's tribe was just at the 3rd level of the Overlord realm, and your current cultivation is also at the 3rd level of the Overlord realm. Whichever you kill, whose strength will you obtain? I've never seen such power. Is this the power you brought back from the other world? He was becoming more and more interested in Long Fei. Young Taoist landed beside Long Fei and whispered, "Senior brother, these two people aren't simple." Not only did young Taoist sense that the 2 phantoms had disappeared, Quang Wang, who had been guarding the entrance to the shrine, also felt the space between his eyebrows tighten when the 2 phantoms appeared. He also felt the powerful aura, which was completely different from the illusory image of the Emperor Xian. This word was enough to describe him. Terrifying. The savage king secretly tightened his eyes and started to worry. Hall of Emperor Xian. Long Fei stared at the 2 illusions, and at this time, he realized that the appearances of the 2 were completely different from that of the Emperor Xian's phantoms. One of them had a head full of white hair, and the other was a head full of shiny black hair. However, who cares who they are? That's it. Boom! The infinite boxing gripped tightly. Long Fei stared at the black hair illusory shadow and said, "No matter who you are, you will die if you block my way." Boom! He moved his feet and swiftly shot out. Black hair illusory shadow smiled faintly and said, "Die." Ha ha! I haven't heard this word for a long time. Seeing Long Fei rushing towards him, he smiled and said, "You are too slow." In his eyes, Long Fei's speed was as fast as an ant's. Too slow, too slow. However, he was not in a hurry either. He wanted to test Long Fei's abilities. Thus, he stood still. Long Fei's fist came down. Buzz! He exploded forth with his strength. Long Fei's body dove down as his fist struck the phantom shadow's head. Black hair illusory shadow stood there quietly for a moment to feel his strength, then said, Not bad, my strength has improved a little, but still too weak." As soon as he finished, black hair illusory shadow's eyes moved. Wang Long. A surge of power from another world suddenly erupted. Rumble! Long Fei's arm was instantly smashed into smithereens, and instantly disappeared. The infinite boxing was also instantly suppressed, and was forced back into Long Fei's space ring. "Senior brother!" Young Taoist's pupils contracted as he cried out in alarm. The power of the 10,000 runes instantly wrapped around Long Fei's body, which was sent flying out. Even so, Long Fei was still unable to hold back, and spat out a mouthful of blood. In that instant, He felt like his entire body was about to be grinded into dust, but he didn't. Black Hair Illusory Shadow could have done it, but he did not. Black Hair Illusory Shadow looked at Long Fei with astonishment in his eyes and said, "Don't be suspicious, killing you is easier than crushing an ant. I just want to see to what extent you can use that devouring power of yours. However, what I am sure of is that you are not Long Batian's reincarnation. Even if Long Batian wanted to be reincarnated, he wouldn't be able to become the body of a trash like you. You're too weak, and don't even have the qualifications to be reincarnated by Long Batian." Mockery. Despicable, even. His eyes did not even have this kind of playful, disdainful look, and directly ignored them. It was because Long Fei was not enough to make them have the qualifications to produce such a thing. Long Fei supported himself with one hand on the ground. Boom! His body bounced up, grabbing another presbyter of God's tribe. Boom! Crush! Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for killing presbyter of God's tribe and releasing the acquired power? Yes, sir. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently level 4 Overlord. The system beep descended. Long Fei's arm instantly grew out, completely fine, and the infinite boxing also instantly appeared on his fist. This scene shocked everyone in Hall of Emperor Xian. The two shadows were equally shocked. It's just as I expected. Ha ha ha. Interesting. But if there is no one here with a higher cultivation base than yours, how are you going to break through? Black Hair Illusory Shadow said lightly. At this moment, buzz. A ray of black light shot out and engulfed presbyter of God's tribe, disciples and a few powerhouses. Everyone's face changed. They didn't feel any pain or abnormality, but each of them knew what it meant. Death. Master, we are the descendants of the Emperor Xian. Master, we are the descendants of the Emperor Xian. Lord, have mercy, have mercy. Emperor Xian is our master. Lord, Lord, Lord. Their voices were trembling. At this moment, their hearts were filled with chilliness, as if they had fallen into the depths of hell. The space between young Taoist's eyebrows tightened, and he immediately sat down cross-legged. He chanted an incantation as golden runes condensed into a defensive armor that covered Long Fei. The white-haired man was startled. He looked at the golden runes on Long Fei's body, then looked at young Taoist and said, "I seem to have seen these runes somewhere before." Black Hair Illusory Shadow said, "It might be the plane that we destroyed in the past." His eyes were relaxed. There was no change at all because of the people's begging. What are these people? An ant? Not even an ant. In the past, the gods' tribe had placed him in front of the gods, in front of this world's ruler. They were even inferior to ants. This era was like this. The powerhouse is a god, the weak have lives like grass. In that instant, the Black Hair Illusory Shadow smiled and said, "No one is willing to kill you. Let me see if your cultivation can still increase in an instant." Death Reaper. Die. He slightly tightened his brow and the black light disappeared. Just like a black hole swallowing. The presbyter of God's tribe S, disciples, and ancient strong S were all instantly swallowed up and turned into streaks of black light. Not even a single strand of hair remained, let alone a fine powder. The entire God's tribe, thousands of people, almost every single one of them were powerhouses at the peak of universal realm, however. In front of that shadow, they weren't even an ant. It was indescribably strong. Long Fei's eyes trembled slightly as she was shocked by the scene before her. He had never known fear, but now he felt a chill in his heart. His Adam's apple churned, and he swallowed it down. In the entire hall of Emperor Xian, other than him and young Taoist, not a single person remained. All gone. Young Taoist's pupils tightened. Dark power. The Black Hair Illusory Shadow smiled slightly and said, Not bad, you actually know about the dark power, seems like you are also from the outer realm? Young Taoist took another step closer to Long Fei and asked, why would your dark world come to such a small plane? Small plane? No matter what, the ancient world was a matriarchal original world. How could a world that could reproduce in all things become a small plane? To those first-tier planes, the ancient world was but a small plane to them. The higher plane of the dark world. To suppress a plane like the ancient world, 1,080,000,000 kilometers. Black Hair Illusory Shadow was even more surprised. You actually know about dark world, seems like I underestimated you, you really aren't a normal person. White Hair Illusory Shadow replied, I was just saying that I saw the runes on his body somewhere. Young Taoist said, dark world has always disdained staying in this small plane. Coming here. Black Hair Illusory Shadow said, it's very simple. Killing people, destroying the world, and finding things. As he spoke, his gaze was fixated on Long Fei. Staring at Long Fei for a few seconds, Black Hair Illusory Shadow shook his head. I really can't sense any of Long Batian's chi from him. White Hair Illusory Shadow also said, I also didn't know that Long Batian would reincarnate into this kind of trash. If we were to be reincarnated into this kind of trash, wouldn't that be a humiliation to us? Black Hair Illusory Shadow said, I really can't figure it out. White Hair Illusory Shadow said, you've killed so many people from the God's tribe, what are you going to tell him? Ha ha ha. Black Hair Illusory Shadow said, he should be thanking me, I am helping him remove the shackles in his heart, I don't think he can go any further. White Hair Illusory Shadow said, I hope he can think like that. All right. Black Hair Illusory Shadow said, I won't delay any longer. We have already proven that you are not Long Batian's reincarnation, so you too can go die now. As soon as he finished, Black Hair Illusory Shadow's eyes moved, a dark black light moved. Buzz. A brilliant light burst out. This time, it directly covered the entire shrine. The White Hair Illusory Shadow said, you are about to cut off all of my Emperor Xian's thoughts. Black Hair Illusory Shadow said, only by doing this can he grow. How much energy did he waste on these clansmen in these billions of years? This world is the same. If it weren't for his clansmen, Long Batian would be in such a sorry state. Would he have needed to undergo reincarnation? It's all because of these shackles, relatives, and women. Brothers are the biggest obstacle in cultivation, and they would waste countless of time and energy. They were originally geniuses because of these people who became useless. Black Hair Illusory Shadow looked at Long Fei and said, Brat, remember this. If you have a next life, don't ever focus your energy on them. Forget it, telling you is just nonsense, you can't possibly have a next life. All right. We're on our way. Black Hair Illusory Shadow's gaze tensed up. At this moment, at the entrance of shrine, Kwang Wang looked at the black flames surrounding him and his forehead suddenly turned sinister. Dark power, why are there people from the dark world in this world? Impossible. The look in Long Fei's clone's eyes also changed. At this moment, the purple mist around his body started to move. Rumble. It was like a waterfall pouring down, directly exploding into the sky. Buzz. A violet light enveloped the area. It formed a giant shield. Long Fei's clone looked at the Kwang Wang and said, Do you want to come in? Kwang Wang shook his head and said, No need. He took a step forward and headed straight for Hall of Emperor Xian. Long Fei's body trembled. Didn't you say you were here to watch a show? Why did you run over here alone? Forget it. Let me go take a look to see just who could have such powerful strength. If it's the Emperor Xian. The space between Lu Ming's eyebrows tightened. Hall of Emperor Xian. The power of the golden runes from the young Taoist covered Long Fei's body. Long Fei looked at the black illusory shadow's contemptuous expression and thought with all his might, a little stronger, can the power of eternity be a little stronger? Ah! Boom! 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 Long Fei's body received the black light, and instantly, his pubes were filled. Rumble! Rumble! Anger value erupted. Long Fei's body started to burn. Adding on the golden runes released by the young Taoist, his entire body seemed to be burning with golden light, as he watched Black Hair Illusory Shadow's fists explode. Ah! He bellowed. The boundless fist also roared, with trillions of dollars worth of power brewing on it. The infinite boxing that destroyed an entire planet. Fist had not reached that level yet, but the power infused into the immortal energy was also exceptionally strong. The first strike had the advantage. Long Fei punched out. Black Hair Illusory Shadow laughed. You overestimate yourself. Black Hair Illusory Shadow laughed. You overestimate yourself. Yi Zichen's eyes narrowed. Death Reaper. Buzz! Another ray of black light shot out. In an instant, the entire shrine began to crack, and all the black light was instantly devoured. It quickly disappeared. Universal Realm looked up at the sky and realized that his body was collapsing. He had disappeared and was covered by a layer of darkness. It was like a lunar eclipse. It was just that. The eclipse would recover after a period of time, but there was no sign of it recovering at all. It was a complete devouring. No. It was incomparably terrifying. The entire universal realm was in a state of chaos. The gods' tribe had ruled over the universal realm for too long, so long that they were already used to treating the gods' tribe as a god, and now their gods had all perished. Their hearts sank to the abyss. Beneath the mountain. What kind of power is this? Elder Swordsman, have you seen the Emperor Xian? This is the power of the ancient world's inheritance? Can you kill the entire shrine? Xiao Bai's body faintly trembled. He was worried about the boss. Elder Swordsman shook his head and said, I have never seen this kind of power before. This is unlike the power released by the Emperor Xian itself. The Emperor Xian took great care of his own god's tribe, and the land around the shrine was created by him using a supreme cultivation technique. It's impossible for him to destroy the shrine. Tan de Peo said, How could that happen? Could it be the power of boss? Senior Mia said, It's not like that. Although Long Fei is arrogant and tyrannical, his heart is still upright and kind, and would definitely not cultivate this kind of evil power. Queen of Blood Moon said, What I want to know now is whether my husband will live or not. Lan Mei's eyes flashed, and her heart was filled with panic. Su Su clasped his hands together as he muttered a prayer. Please bless my big brother Long Fei, big brother Long Fei, you must be safe and sound. I am willing to use my entire life in exchange to protect my big brother Long Fei. They were all extremely worried. However, no one could go to shrine because of their heavy injuries. They could only watch. As for what was happening now, they had no idea. Hall of Emperor Xian. Ah! Long Fei roared, his fist heavily smashing toward Black Hair Illusory Shadow as he let out a furious roar. Black Hair Illusory Shadow laughed coldly. He didn't move at all. The black light around Long Fei was continuously devouring everything on his body. The immortal Taoist scriptures' defensive battle clothes that were superimposed on Long Fei's body was constantly decreasing, but Long Fei didn't mind. Those who block me die. Ah! His fists were like rolling thunder as they bombarded the black illusory shadow. He did not defend himself. The best defense was to kill the opponent first. Bang, 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 bang. Every punch was heavier than the last. Every punch was fiercer than the last, unleashing all of his strength. The reaping power of darkness frantically reaped everything in the shrine. However, the Black Shadow realized that in the entire shrine, other than the two of them, there were 4 other people. These 4 people had not been devoured by his dark power at all. He was feeling a little unhappy. Furthermore, Long Fei had been bombarding him in a frenzy in front of him. He became even more unhappy. Both of his eyes turned sinister as he looked at Long Fei. With just your strength? It's not even enough to tickle me. Long Fei's fist could not break apart the barrier in front of him, as if there was a special layer of protection on Black Hair Illusory Shadow's body. It couldn't even deal a single damage. It's all MIS. The combos from the critical hits were all MTS. Long Fei's power was already exceptionally terrifying, but it couldn't deal any damage. Was this a boss? Even the strongest boss couldn't do this. If this was a game, Long Fei would definitely think that the Black Hair Illusory Shadow in front of him was a GM. Even if you use your strongest forbidden strength to bombard it, it will be useless. What should we do? What should we do? Long Fei questioned himself as his thoughts flew. The reason why he had not been engulfed by the dark power now was because the young Taoist had constantly released defensive gear. If not for the young Taoist's defense, Long Fei would have died a long time ago. Moreover, young Taoist simply did not have the strength of a immortal Taoist scriptures at all. If he was unable to kill Black Hair Illusory Shadow, Long Fei did not think about the consequences, because the consequences are unimaginable. What he wanted was to kill. There must be a way that I haven't thought of yet, there must be a way. Long Fei thought crazily. He knew that if this was a game, there would be no boss that could not be killed. There would definitely be a way to defeat him. This was Long Fei's understanding of the game. However, his brain felt like it was going to explode, but he couldn't think of anything. What's my strongest point? Power of eternity. Infinite boxing? Body of Taoti? Is that it? Long Fei said. If it's these, then I can't beat him at all, and this is only an illusion. Real face is more than 10,000 times stronger than the illusionary shadow. How can he win? Methods. There's definitely a way. What is it? System girl. Long Fei looked at the system lowly, who was still deep asleep, but she had not heard Long Fei's call at all and had no intention of waking up. Long Fei was almost going crazy. Even after exploding with his strongest power, he was still unable to break through the defense of the Black Hair Illusory Shadow. What do you want? Black Hair Illusory Shadow said sinisterly. Kid, tremble. With this kind of power, this kind of mentality, can it be called Long Batian's reincarnation? Ridiculous, truly laughable. Black Hair Illusory Shadow sneered. What kind of existence was Long Batian? They were existences that could only be crushed. Back then, it was Long Batian himself who had sent them into the seal. After millions of years of suffering, in their hearts, they hated Long Batian and were afraid at the same time. Because he was Long Batian, was the only person in the ancient world that they were afraid of. At this moment, Long Fei's heart was slightly moved. Long Batian? Black and White said that I am the reincarnation of their master. The old devil said that too. Although the mission disappeared, their previous words, Long Fei didn't believe that he was the reincarnation of someone who came from another world. He was him. However, this time, Long Fei will bet once. Long Batian, right? If I am really your reincarnation, I will not be able to activate your power, but yet your blood vein is flowing in my body. The blood essence will not change. Long Fei thought about his own blood essence. It was impossible to determine what kind of blood vein's blood essence it was. This was perhaps the biggest reason. All right. Long Fei's pupils tightened. Let's take a gamble. The power of blood essence. Open for me. Long Fei is going all out. Let's take a gamble. Let's take a gamble. At this time, Long Fei couldn't think of any other way. If the blood vein in his body was really Long Batian's reincarnation, then the power of his blood essence would be very strong. The young Taoist was almost unable to hold on any longer. If he did not kill Black Hair Illusory Shadow, he would die, and young Taoist might also die. He was the one who brought young Taoist out of the Hall of Eternal Life. He had to be responsible for the safety of the young Taoist. Blood essence open. Suddenly, Long Fei retracted his fists and stopped. Black Hair Illusory Shadow looked at Long Fei and sneered. Why did you stop? Continue. Ha ha ha. With your strength as an ant, no matter how you fight, it's useless. Brat, this world is the powerhouse world. Ants like you shouldn't live in this world. You will only waste this world's air. Understood. Long Fei's forehead turned sinister. The blood essence did not come from the palm, but from between the eyebrows. A drop of blood essence floated in the air. Long Fei's hair had already turned half white. His breathing became heavier. The black and white had warned him many times to never use his blood essence rashly. In the past, his blood essence was only a normal power, but this time, this drop of refined blood was extraordinary, and could be said to be the purest drop in Long Fei's body. The infinite boxing moved and grasped with heavy force. Buzz! Roar! An ancient dragon roar that was above the ninth heaven suddenly exploded. A burst of light burst out from the glove. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Black Hair Illusory Shadow's pupils tightened. He looked at the sky, and his mind trembled. At this moment, his real face in the ancient world also stopped abruptly. The white-haired man was the same. The two of them suddenly started trembling. Gudong! The black-haired man swallowed his saliva. Dragon, Long Batian. The white-haired man's eyes narrowed as 10,000 killing intents instantly burst forth. Emperor Xian was startled. Is that kid really Long Batian's reincarnation? He was in disbelief. The white-haired man said, the dragon cry sounds are very similar. The black-haired man said solemnly, Long Batian, no matter if you have reincarnated or have died, this old man will definitely turn you into ashes this time. Boom! He suddenly sat down cross-legged. His hands formed a seal. A black light surrounded his body. The dark power surged out like a beam of light, directly surging into the void. The blood essence fell down and the power exploded. Long Fei felt that this strand of blood essence was so strong that he could not even imagine it being possible. The power in his body was not that of a human, but that's not right. It was the compressed power of dozens of planes. That feeling. Long Fei's eyes released a light aura and suddenly roared. The punch landed. Crack! Walala! The black-haired man's defensive shield was instantly shattered. The illusory image swayed, directly blasting away tens of thousands of miles. Moreover, the instant he flew out, the dark arrogance he released immediately disappeared. The dark power disappeared. Long Fei looked at his fist and was wild with excitement. Ha ha ha! With a mad laugh, he charged out. Tremble for me! With a thought, he chased the black hair illusory shadow who had exploded outward. He looked at black hair illusory shadow coldly and said, You are right, this is a world where Powerhouse is a god. Ants like you should die. The black shadow glared at him. How dare you? His entire person also instantly became furious. Buzz! With a flip of his right hand, a long divine dark sword appeared. Even if you are Long Batian's reincarnation, you should still die for me. Dark chop. The sword slashed out, the dark power surged, the entire sky was split into two, the universal realm's spatial laws were like a thin piece of paper under his sword, they were unable to withstand a single blow, and were instantly slashed apart. Everyone in universal realm was stunned. It was unimaginable. Long Fei smirked and said, Let's see who King dies first. He didn't dodge, nor did he dodge. He punched out with all his might. Rumble! A fist landed on the dark divine sword, the powerful dark black energy crazily crushed Long Fei, causing Long Fei's fist glove to explode. Bam! The power of his blood essence exploded. Rumble, rumble, rumble! Black hair illusory shadow retreated explosively once more, his image becoming a bit blurry. Ha ha! Come again, trash. Long Fei laughed out loud. The powerful force made him extremely excited. He did not wait for Black Hair Illusory Shadow to stabilize his fist and chase after him. Black Hair Illusory Shadow blocked it with his sword. Bam! With the punch, Black Hair Illusory Shadow's body caved in and he roared out hysterically, "Ah! Still trying to block? Let me see how you're going to block this." His fists were like a storm, just like before, only just now, it could not cause the slightest bit of damage to Black Hair Illusory Shadow, but this time was different. A long string of damage floated above Black Hair Illusory Shadow's head. 29392719 inch, 3038293881, 2839289192. The damage values were constantly stacked up, so it was impossible to see them clearly. Crack! The dark black divine sword was shattered. Black Hair Illusory Shadow was even more unable to defend against Long Fei's attack. Who's an ant now? I ask you, who are these ants? Long Fei roared. Who's the trash? Do you think that just because you're from a foreign land you can be so powerful? Do you think your dark world people are so powerful? Stop right there. This is my world. If you want to mess around in my world, I'll make you regret coming out of your mother's womb. Boom, boom, boom. Berserk like thunder. Long Fei was completely enraged. Black Hair Illusory Shadow was continuously being crushed, and right now, he could not endure Long Fei's attacks at all. His illusory image had collapsed, and he could not resist it at all. But at the other change, White Hair Illusory Shadow, who was in the Hall of Emperor Xian, watched on without moving, as he had no intention of helping Black Hair Illusory Shadow at all. He was incomparably calm. It was as if Long Fei wasn't his friend. It would be like Long Fei was being trampled on by the Black Hair Illusory Shadow. At this moment, the two clones of Quang Wang and Long Fei rushed to the Hall of Emperor Xian. Quang Wang immediately asked, "Where's boss?" After stepping into the Hall of Emperor Xian, his gaze immediately locked onto the White Hair Illusory Shadow. At this moment, his body tensed up, as if he had met a great enemy. It was the same with the Wild King. White Hair Illusory Shadow laughed coldly, looked at the three of them and asked, "Who do you think will win?" Quang Wang refused. "Of course it's my boss who wins." The corner of his white hair widened into a smile as he said, "Look at the sky." The barbarian king raised his head to look, and his pupils suddenly tightened. He then turned to look at Long Fei and roared loudly, "Boss, be careful." At the beginning, the Black Hair Illusory Shadow cut across the sky. Even now, the sky had yet to heal. There was only emptiness. Was it the void? No. That was the void of darkness. Rumble. Long Fei heavily stomped Black Hair Illusory Shadow on the ground. Looking at the last bit of blood on his head, he said, "Go to hell." Ha ha! Black Hair Illusory Shadow laughed coldly. "Going to hell? Hee hee. I must say that your strength is indeed capable, but it's still lacking a bit. Look at the top of your head." Long Fei raised his eyes and looked towards the sky. In the darkness of the crevice, a beam of light struck down with incredible speed, not giving Long Fei any chance to react at all. Ancient world's power transmitted over. Ancient world's power transmitted over. Bang bang bang. It was like a beam of light that shot down from the sky that was split open, not giving him any reaction. The black light was extremely dazzling. The instant Long Fei raised his head, a black light enveloped him. Rumble! Thunder rumbled. Heavily crushed, his mind, his sea of consciousness, and his body, all three of them together were instantly crushed, and Long Fei was also instantly pressed flat on the ground. It was as if his four limbs were nailed to the ground, rendering him unable to move. Even if he activated the blood essence's power, it would be of no use. He wouldn't be able to withstand the crushing pressure of this power. Long Fei lied on the ground unable to move at this time. The black hair illusory shadow slowly stood up, with a dark sneer on his face as he coldly stared at Long Fei, and said, I really didn't think that Long Batian would actually be so unpromising, to actually be reincarnated into a trash like you. What a surprise! The black light exploded as black hair illusory shadow's body started to frantically absorb the strong energy. He was initially almost killed by Long Fei, but now, just like how Long Fei had leveled up earlier, he revived completely. Not only that, the aura on his body became stronger. The black hair illusory shadow laughed in disdain. You think that the power you use to stimulate your blood essence is powerful? You are too weak. Long Batian did not even use 1,000th of his blood veins' power on your body, and furthermore, you actually wasted your blood essence like that. What a waste! His strength had been restored to its peak. Black hair illusory shadow stood up, walked to, and looked down at him. He sneered. Just the power of the blood essence is far from enough, understand? You don't even have a dragon body and you want to kill me? Ha ha ha! Long Batian, back then, when your father was in the seal, your father's millions of years of time was filled with the desire to take revenge. It's finally my turn today. Ha ha ha! Black hair illusory shadow looked up at the sky and laughed crazily. His laughter directly covered the entire universal realm and caused the entire plane of the universal realm to tremble. The laughter faded. Buzz. The black hair illusory shadow directly held the black light in his hands, and with a wave of his hands, both of his illusory hands turned black. Power surged. It was as if black clouds were rolling over and over again. Boss, be careful. Senior brother. When Quang Wang and young Taoist saw the power released from black hair illusory shadow, their hearts sank because they knew how strong the power in black hair illusory shadow's hands was. The two of them rushed out crazily. But, without waiting for them to rush out of the hall of Emperor Xian, the white hair illusory shadow moved slightly and said indifferently, You two, just wait here obediently for me. Boom! Boom! The two were instantly suppressed. Bang bang! The savage king sank his body and stared fixedly at the ground like a nail. His face became extremely pale. Young Taoist was also instantly crushed by the pressure. They couldn't move. White hair illusory shadow said, Don't worry, it's your turn now that he's dead. There's no need for such a low-level plane to exist in this universal realm. He wanted to destroy this world, destroy the entire universal realm, and kill them all, just like how black hair illusory shadow had just killed off the entire shrine. To them, there was no need for weak things to exist. To them, the position of universal realm was too weak and was of no use at all. This kind of world shouldn't be birthed. His words were also heard by everyone in the universal realm. For a moment, the universal realm was in a state of panic. This was especially true for those sects that had pledged allegiance to the gods' tribe. All of them kneeled on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Sir, we are the disciples of the gods' tribe. We are the forces of the gods' tribe. Lord Emperor Xian, where are you? Quickly come and save us. Save you? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why would a powerhouse appear here? These two ancient strong are people of Emperor Xian. Do you think you've gone to a big tree? Wake up, you guys are not even fart in God's tribe's eyes. Some people came to their senses. God's tribe was also unreliable. Moreover, the God's tribe himself had already died, so how about them? Their fate would be even worse than the people from God's tribe. Hall of Emperor Xian. Ah! The savage king let out a furious roar. The muscles on his body bulged, and his veins started bulging like worms moving around. Break! Boom! There was an explosion around his body. The world laws binding his body shattered. He gripped the devil's bat leaks tightly and looked at the white hair illusory shadow, his two eyes staring angrily. Then let's see who dies first. The power of law shattered. The wild king was not bound by anything. White hair illusory shadow was secretly shocked, breaking through the power of the ancient code. Not bad. Interesting, but… You? Too bad. Without waiting for Kwang Wang to rush over, the white hair illusory shadow moved. His fingers transformed into swords, constantly waving about. It seemed to have no power, no techniques. However, blood trickled out of the corner of Kwang Wang's mouth as he lowered his head to take a look. There were bloody holes all over his body. One after another, they appeared out of thin air and pierced through his body. Blood gushed out, and half of his body looked as if it had been shot by a machine gun. Blood instantly flowed all over his body. The savage king frowned. Young Taoist also let out a roar, and all of the immortal Taoist scriptures' tactics burst out. Boom! 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 One rune after another was incomparably huge, crazily flying towards White Hair Illusory Shadow. White Hair Illusory Shadow's eyes swept across and said, "This power. Too weak." Bam! The shadow moved, directly landing behind young Taoist. Young Taoist felt a chill down his spine. His eyes shifted to the back. At this time, White Hair Illusory Shadow moved his right hand. Boom! A palm came crashing down. Young Taoist was directly sent flying and smashed into the ground, creating a 10-meter deep crater. White Hair Illusory Shadow sneered, "You can't even take a single blow." In the entire hall of Emperor Xian, only Long Fei's clone remained. He quietly stood there and looked at White Hair Illusory Shadow. In another place, Long Fei looked at young Taoist and Kwang Wang, who were heavily injured, and roared hysterically as his blood essence stirred. Open! In an instant, Long Fei's hair turned completely white, turning into strands of silver. He seemed to have aged all of a sudden, turning into an old man in his 60s and 70s. A heavy explosion. Break through the binding. Long Fei stood up. However, the black hair illusory shadow disdainfully said, "I already said you're not capable, but this power of yours, it's not enough at all. Die." Both fists exploded. The black energy was like a battle axe, striking towards Long Fei's body. Boom! Long Fei's body sank down and landed on the ground. The ground cracked. The shrine continued to collapse. Long Fei's body directly penetrated through the ground of shrine and fell down. He just happened to fall into the middle of the dragon lake of blood. Boom! Boom! The blood splashed several feet into the air. The calm surface of the dragon blood lake instantly surged. Wave after wave of blood splashed outward. The 13th dragon ancestor's blood essence was all here. Every single 13th dragon ancestor was tens of thousands of meters long. How much dragon blood did they bleed? Originally, this was just a mountain valley. Dragon blood was poured into it, forming a lake. Dragon Lake. Everything around them was dyed blood red. As the surrounding vegetation absorbed the dragon essence blood, they all turned a deep red. It looked as if this was the purgatory of the human world. Long Fei was smashed through the shrine and fell into the lake. Although he still had a few points of HP left on his head, he had not fully lost it. His heart was like frost, as if dead. He worked so hard. He had used the power of his blood essence, but what about it? Still not good enough. He still couldn't win. Moreover, if he could not even defeat a single shadow, how could he defeat the gods' tribe? To trample Emperor Xian to death? He couldn't even beat a shadow right now. Long Fei's heart received a blow. Although he wasn't dead yet, his heart felt as if it had died because he couldn't see any hope. He could not see any hope at all. He had used all of his power, even the energy of his blood and profound qi, to attack. Now, his hair was completely white, and he looked like an old man who had aged several years. But he just couldn't win. Long Fei slowly sank into the lake. He felt very tired, very tired. "System girl, what do we do? I seem to be resting. Can I also sleep like you? So tired. No matter how hard I try and how hard I try, I'm still no match for him. I still can't do it. Just what do I want? Long Fei thought bitterly. He did not know how he should proceed along the next path. Because there was no way out in front of him. Death could descend at any moment. Even if he didn't, he had no more confidence to continue living. Too tired. System Girl did not reply. She was still sleeping. The system also did not return to Long Fei. Go to sleep. I'm sorry, everyone. Xiao Bai, Icefire, Tandapeo, Su Su, Queen, Lan Mei Lear. Junior brother, Quang Wang, Hallmaster, and my 8 King Kong. I'm sorry. I've let you down. Long Fei slowly sank, his eyes looking at the blood-colored sky, his heart slowly becoming cold and still. His anger, his killing intent, and his fighting will were quickly decreasing. If anyone knew that Long Fei was an engine, they would have already stopped. He just wanted to rest. It's good to die. Sleep is fine. Right now, he didn't want to do anything. He didn't want to think about it. All he wanted to do was to quietly die. Maybe. This is my destiny. Long Fei laughed self-deprecatingly. His eyes lit up as he stretched his hands out, allowing himself to sink down. Boss. Senior brother. That person is. Hall of Emperor Xian. Young Taoist struggled and roared. The raging king was also furious at that moment and broke out of the white hair illusory shadow's restraints, shouting out to the people below. Long Fei heard it. However, he did not reply. He only said in his heart, I'm sorry. The ferocious king's eyes looked as if they were about to explode. He stared at white hair illusory shadow and let out a beast-like roar. Boom! The sound wave exploded, and space itself began to tear apart. The power of his body directly crushed the surrounding law energies. Boom! The devil's bat leaks began to burn. The raging king was enraged and slashed at white hair illusory shadow, berserk slash. 10,000 mountains. Boom! With a slash, the axe's shadow became like a mountain. Layers upon layers of illusions were superimposed, and in the instant he slashed down, the illusion of the 10,000 mountains instantly appeared, as heavy red lines did not send out white hair illusory shadow. White hair illusory shadow's gaze turned cold, seeing the heavy axe shadow crashing down. His body suddenly scattered. It vanished in an instant. It was as if his body had turned into countless tiny light particles. Rumble! 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 The sound exploded like thunder. The entire hall of Emperor Xian instantly collapsed, the thick ground crumbled, the shrine's ground continued to crack, all kinds of rocks and soil fell from the shrine. This slash directly broke the shrine's laws. Shrine had collapsed, but after the slash, the white light gathered together again, and in less than a second, it formed the white hair illusory shadow man again. The white hair illusory shadow man smirked and said, Not bad, you have some power, what a pity. Still not strong enough to even touch the hem of my clothes, ha ha. Young Taoist was also instantly enraged. Boom! Destroy! Young Taoist opened his mouth and released a huge golden rune from his body. It was the word annihilate that he said. It was incomparably huge, and it covered the entire shrine's sky. The man from white hair illusory shadow looked up and laughed. I think it's ringing. You seem to be training in the power of the immortal Taoist scriptures. Rumor has it that only the upper half of the immortal Taoist scriptures have been destroyed, and not the lower half. The lower half is too savage and was even destroyed. The lower half of the power is only mediocre. Ha ha ha! Young Taoist suddenly stood up. He held the sky with one hand, the five-fingered controller's gigantic extermination rune stared at white hair illusory shadow and said, I'll let you see what's so mediocre about it. Descend. The runes fell. The sky above shrine suddenly shattered. Words destroyer art. What he wanted was a power that could destroy the world. The man from white hair illusory shadow smiled. Is it only this kind of power? Go home and drink your milk. Boom! This time, he did not turn into light particles, but suddenly rushed towards young Taoist. The savage king moved and said solemnly, I've been waiting for you to come. The horse stance was stable, the waist was one, and the two hands held onto the devil's batleeks as they swept out. The wild energy also instantly shattered the space. The current heavenly palace, the strongest realm in the universal realm, was a place that the Emperor Xian had personally created. It became fragmented. To the people of the universal realm, the battle that was happening in the shrine was like a fight between gods. Not to mention looking, even thinking about it was hard to imagine. White hair illusory shadow's eyes darkened. Formation. He let out a soft shout. Suddenly, a gigantic formation of white runes appeared around the mysterious man. There were a total of 4 formations around him. A power that was visible to the naked eye surrounded his body. Then, another heavy sound, break, rumble. The devil's batleeks that the Kuang Wang attacked with all his might shattered with a walla sound. Even the handle of the hatchet was shattered, and the countless devils in the battle-axe were instantly crushed into fine powder. They didn't even let out a wail. The savage king retreated. His blood was boiling under his chest. He couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out blood. The young Taoist's destroyed character fell. Similarly, was blocked by the array formation on white hair illusory shadow's body, and then heavily exploded. Crack. Boom. Young Taoist was sent flying. The man from white hair illusory shadow retracted his aura and laughed coldly. You can't even take a single blow. The Hall of Eternal Life plane was also a relatively high-level plane. The Hall of Eternal Life plane was also a relatively high-level plane. Kuang Wang and young Taoist are both the type that can be considered extremely fierce, but the realm of the Dark World was the higher planes. Compared to Hall of Eternal Life, Dark World's plane of existence was much higher. The man from the white hair illusory shadow came from the Dark World. The power he cultivated was not the dark power, but a special kind of special power of the Mirage armor. This kind of explosive power could easily crush young Taoist and rampage. White hair illusory shadow disdainfully said, Too weak. The savage king was panting heavily. His eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He was in a bad mood, and his battle intent was soaring crazily. Step by step, they walked towards the white hair illusory shadow. White hair illusory shadow sneered. What? You aren't convinced? Did I not beat you to death just now? Do you think you still have some skill? Trash like you with a little bit of brute force doesn't even have the qualifications to die at my hands. Kuang Wang did not speak either. His steps became more and more unsteady. Finally, he took small steps and began to run. At the same time, young Taoist was also very unhappy. He sat with his knees crossed and chanted some incantations, causing golden runes to shoot out like a machine gun, forming a ferocious beast. Very powerful. Both of them were the kind of people who refused to admit defeat. When had he ever been so angry? When was he crushed like this? Not even in the Hall of Eternal Life, yet he was still stomped over in this plane that was even worse than the Hall of Eternal Life? How could he tolerate this? The duo's power increased once again as the shrine's plane was completely shattered by their power. The shrine's grounds continued to fall. Ah! Ah! The savage king roared. White hair illusory shadow's pupils tightened. Killing intent rose. His aura also changed suddenly. Bang, 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 bang. 4 explosive sounds rang out as the 4 formations of the Gate of Wonder appeared. The sky and earth suddenly changed, and the winds and clouds churned. The entire universal realm began to tremble. How big was the universal realm? It was over 100 million square kilometers. However, it began to tremble violently, as if the plane was about to be destroyed. Within Universal Realm, demon beasts were wailing and humans were crying. Everything on this plane seemed so insignificant at this moment. No one could do anything. At this moment, those powerhouse and sect masters that had once held high status could only raise their heads and look up into the sky. Their hearts were deathly still, and they could not see any hope at all. It's over. Universal Realm is finished. We're all going to die. They're all going to die. Ah. Woo woo. Ha ha. The destruction of the world. Some people were in pain, some people were shouting, and some people were laughing. All of this seemed so powerless. They could only watch and do nothing. Their fates could not be decided by themselves. This is the saddest thing. Tianshan Mountains. When Elder Swordsman and the rest saw Long Fei falling into the Dragon Blood Lake, they immediately came to look for him. However, when they felt the violent tremors, Elder Swordsman was stunned on the spot and said, "It's over." Xiaobai said, "What's done? The boss isn't finished. The boss won't die, the boss definitely won't." In Xiaobai's heart, Long Fei was an immortal god. Elder Swordsman said, "It's not Long Fei, but the entire Universal Realm is finished." Tan DePeo asked, "What do you mean?" Elder Swordsman said, "Did you not feel any intense vibrations?" "Yes, why? Isn't it just the power of a powerhouse that caused a large area of land to tremble? If it's in the lower planes, I can do it too. There's nothing strange about that." Tan DePeo and the others did not mind. While the shrine was fighting against the deities, it was understandable for the ground to tremble a few times. There was nothing to be afraid of. Elder Swordsman did not speak. Senior Mia said, "Look around you." Su Su said, "There's nothing by your side, let's not bother about that, let's first find Big Brother Long Fei, who will go down to look." Su Su did not care about all these. The women were more concerned about Long Fei's safety. The blade of the sword suddenly shouted, "Spatial rift." Around them were countless small cracks. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see them at all. They really are. Why would there be space cracks? Why do I feel like space is about to crack? Could it be that some monster is about to rush out from the void? Their eyebrows began to tighten. At this time, Murong Xiong dropped from the distance, his face pale white, blood hanging from the corner of his mouth as he said, "It's not a spatial tear, it's a spatial explosion." The shrine is above the Universal Realm. Now, the power of a super powerhouse has been released and directly wrapped around the entire Universal Realm. It will all explode. That scene. Murong Xiong raised his head to look at the sky, and said with a heavy voice, "What kind of powerhouse are you exactly?" He could not understand what kind of person could have such great power. After listening to Murong Xiong's words, each and every one of them became serious. Lan Mei said anxiously, "Quickly, quickly, find Long Fei first." Su Su responded, "Yes, yes, Big Brother Long Fei, Big Brother Long Fei." Who will go to the bottom of the Dragon Blood Lake to search? "I'll go!" Queen of Blood Moon immediately wanted to step into the Dragon Blood Lake, but, being grabbed by Murong Xiong, he said, "You cannot get down." "Do you think anyone can touch dragon blood? It could kill all of you." The ancient Mu clan was naturally very clear about dragon blood. The power of the dragon blood was extremely strong. It wasn't something that anyone could touch. While they were talking, Murong Xiong broke off a branch and threw it into the lake. Swish! It immediately rose into smoke, and then quickly turned into fine powder before disappearing into nothingness. Everyone's expression changed. Queen of Blood Moon said, "I can't, but what about Long Fei? That's my husband, I'm not afraid of death. If my life can be exchanged for my husband's, it's worth it." "I'm not afraid of death either." Su Su immediately walked forward. Lan Mei said, "Me too." Murong Xiong said in a heavy voice, "If I can exchange my life for Long Fei, then how could my uncle wait for you two to leave?" All of you, stand to the side. Murong Xiong's heart was very heavy. If he could exchange his life, he would be the first one to do so, because Long Fei was his nephew, the only son of his sister in this world. Queen of Blood Moon calmed down and said, "Then, what do we do now?" Murong Xiong looked at Shrine once again, and said indifferently, "There's no other way, let's wait here for our deaths." Finished. He smiled bitterly and said, "Third sister, Big Brother has let you down. I can't even protect your child. I am truly a piece of trash." How helpless the word waiting for death was. However, they could do nothing but wait for their deaths here, and accompany Long Fei in death. In the shrine, young Taoist and Raging King charged forward again. However, the man from White Hair Illusory Shadow had already willed a killing intent, not just to kill the two of them, but the entire universal realm. At this moment, Long Fei's clone moved and directly blocked in front of the Raging King and young Taoist, and said indifferently, "Let me." In the high plane of Hall of Eternal Life. In the high plane of Hall of Eternal Life, the higher plane of the Dark World. The difference in their levels of power was like the difference in their strength. Young Taoist is strong, Mad King is crazy, but their powers were still unable to contend against the powerhouse, who was from Dark World. This was also the reason why Lord of Eternal Life Hall wanted Long Fei to quickly complete Eternal Lord's experience so that he could return to the immortal world. Young Taoist and Quang Wang were severely injured, but it was impossible for the image to kill them. They wanted to do it again. However, at this time, Long Fei, who had been silently watching on the side, suddenly blocked in front of the young Taoist and the Raging King, and said with a deep voice, "Let me." The word "I" was like a thunderbolt, instantly trembling. The atmosphere suddenly changed. "You are just a warrior of universal realm. You are not his opponent." Young Taoist asked, "Quang Wang, who is he? Why do I feel that he's a little familiar?" The Savage King said, "I don't know either. When I first saw him, he looked the same as you. It felt very familiar, but now isn't the time to talk about this. Get out of the way and let me go." Long Fei's clone had never left the universal realm. Even the Raging King was not his opponent. How could a universal realm ranker be a match for him? The young Taoist also said, "Even though we are not his opponents, killing the two of us won't be an easy task. You'd better leave this place as soon as possible." The clone did not leave. He looked at the White Hair Illusory Shadow and said faintly, "He has already activated his killing intent. If you go up this time, he will die." The Savage King trembled. "Will he die?" Young Taoist was also stunned. The two of them didn't believe it. However, the doppelganger's expression was extremely serious, and his pupils had turned purple. When White Hair Illusory Shadow saw his clone's purple eyes, he shuddered. "There's actually a person born with purple eyes in this world? This is strange." The clone stepped forward, looked at White Hair Illusory Shadow and said, "I don't care who you kill. No matter how many people there are in Universal Realm, it has nothing to do with me. This is the Universal Realm, a plane. There are trillions of lives on it. If you want to destroy them, so be it." They walked as they talked. With every step he took, purple flames erupted. It was as if the clone was walking on purple powder. As his feet landed, purple mist rose from his body, and his aura also slowly underwent drastic changes. What kind of power is this? Young Taoist, have you met him before?" The young Taoist shook his head and said, "I have studied the cultivation methods and strength of the universal realm, but I don't have this kind of purple energy. Isn't he from another world? It doesn't look like it. If it's outer space powerhouse, then he should know what kind of existence Dark World is. He definitely won't get involved in this muddy water." In the higher planes, the Dark World was known as the Seamless Gate. It was incomparably domineering. Anyone who offended the Dark World wouldn't have a good ending. Young Taoist replied, "That's strange." The Savage King said, "Let's take a look first." This guy isn't simple. The shock in white hair illusory Shadow's heart became more and more intense. It was not only the Wild King and young Taoist, who had never seen this kind of power before, even they had never seen this kind of power. Purple flame? White hair illusory Shadow made a faint sound as he stared at his clone and said, "This low plane of existence is obviously something I say we must destroy. We must destroy it. You can block me? Humph. You overestimate yourself." In an instant, the power from his body burst out even more violently, causing the universal realm to tremble even more violently. Mountains had been shattered, rivers had been cut off, and the sea had been turned upside down. Mountains collapsed, the ground cracked, and the sky trembled. All of this was like the precursor to the destruction of the world. The power of law was chaotic and completely out of control. The universal realm was filled with wails and wails. Only then did they realize just how small and how weak they were. Under the pressure of the powerhouse's power, they couldn't even be considered as ants. Crack! Suddenly, a sound was heard. The white light flashed as it descended, causing the sky to crack. Elder Swordsman's heart went cold. "We're finished." Senior Mia asked, "The power to destroy the world?" Murong Xiong looked at the sky and started laughing bitterly. "To think that I would actually die here. That's fine too, I can't protect Long Fei, I'll just happen to die with him." All of them accepted their fate. So what if he didn't accept his fate? There was nothing he could do. The sky split open and the shrine sank into the earth. The corner of white hair illusory Shadow's mouth curled as he coldly laughed. "There is no need for such a trash plane to exist. Trash plane, trash, go and die." The word dead had not faded yet. Suddenly, the clone vanished. White hair illusory Shadow frowned and said disdainfully, "It's useless, no one can stop me." Bam! Before he finished his sentence, a hand suddenly pressed against the white Shadow's chest. No pain. But, in that instant, from his 5 fingers, a purple seal rune suddenly shot out and enveloped white hair illusory Shadow in that instant. White hair illusory Shadow's pupils suddenly shrank. Purple flame seal? The purple sun divine emperor? You, who are you? Just who are you? Panic filled his eyes. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. He didn't believe that the purple flame runes on his body were the power of that divine emperor. At this moment, Kuang Wang was slightly startled and asked, "Who is the purple sun divine emperor? I've never heard of it." Young Taoist also frowned and said, "A super powerhouse of the great sun realm, however." "But that's impossible." The Wild King was shocked. The great young world? Wasn't that the higher planes? Why would he appear here? This fierce person is also a member of the great young world? The purple sun divine emperor? The clone was secretly shocked in his heart. So Master is the divine emperor of the purple sun? From the sun realm? No wonder. No wonder he's so strong, but why did he choose me? For what reason? The doppelganger didn't understand. Ever since he had left Long Fei, his cultivation had always been guided by some sort of power, as if there was a person guiding him from the shadows. After entering the universal realm, he knew a person. In other words, his master. He was dressed in black and his appearance could not be seen. He was just like a black shadow. However, he was carefully protecting a lamp in his hand. Very strange lamp. He saw his master staring blankly at the lamp several times, even talking to it. He had asked, but his master had never answered. He had only asked him to train hard. What was that lamp? He didn't know before, but later on he realized that what was inside the lamp was not fire, but the soul. A person's soul. There was no way to know what kind of person it was, so he didn't take it to heart. Now that the white hair illusory Shadow mentioned it, the clone realized in his heart that his master was from the great young world. The young Taoist said, "It's no wonder we haven't even seen the power that comes from his body. He actually comes from the Great Sun Realm. This is awesome. The purple flame seal wrapped around the white hair illusory shadow and was shrinking. The purple flame seal wrapped around the white hair illusory shadow and was shrinking. The doppelganger was also very careful, because the power of the white hair illusory shadow was a bit beyond his expectations. Under normal circumstances, no one would be able to withstand his attack. However, not only was he not affected by the seal, he was also under strong resistance. Great Young World. Purple Sun Divine Emperor. Heh. I will remember him, but die for me first. Suddenly, the power released by the white hair illusory shadow suddenly retracted. The shaking stopped. The spatial rifts came to a halt. The apocalypse had stopped right there. Everyone in Universal Realm was startled, and then erupted into cheers. Thank God. We are still alive. We are not dead. Ha ha. It must be the Emperor Xian who saved us. The mighty Emperor Xian. They were glad and excited. However, they didn't know that it was because Long Fei's clone had restricted white hair illusory shadow and had no choice but to withdraw the energy that he had released. To strengthen himself, he withdrew his strength. In that instant, his body immediately swelled up. Boom! 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 The illusory image grew larger as streams of power, the color of Xuana Bai's body, burst out, directly bursting the purple flame seal runes out. The doppelganger increased his strength, but it was a little difficult. The white shadow said, "If it was the purple Sun Divine Emperor, I wouldn't even be able to block one of his attacks. It's a pity. It's a pity that you aren't the God Emperor of Ziyang. Your cultivation of purple flame's energy is not even 1/10,000th of his own." Heh. It's far from enough. A furious roar. White hair illusory shadow's body shook heavily. Rumble. 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 One after another, purple flame runes exploded into pieces, releasing a powerful shockwave. Buzz. The entire shrine was reduced to ashes and nothing more. The sky over 100,000 kilometers shattered. It was a scene of destruction. The entire universal realm seemed to have lost all its gravity as it plummeted. Walala! Walala! White hair illusory shadow coldly snorted, "Break for me!" Bang bang bang! The purple flame symbols tore apart one after another like ropes being snapped apart, and the purple flame seal weakened crazily. Crap, he's going to lose. Young Taoist sat cross-legged. Immortal Taoist scriptures, guard against gods. Buzz buzz buzz. Golden runes formed a protective suit over his split body, but just as it touched white hair illusory shadow, it shattered. Ah! A roar. Berserk demonification. Boom! His eyes turned blood-red, and so did his entire body. He entered a demonic state as he reached out toward the void. Boom! A gigantic blood-red warhammer appeared out of nowhere. Ah! The raging king charged forward angrily, like a red bolt of lightning. He rushed to the sky and struck white hair illusory shadow with his hammer. Rumble! White hair illusory shadow's body sank. The phantoms above his head were constantly splitting apart. White hair illusory shadow raised his eyes and stared at the wild king. His eyes were like a demon's as he let out a mournful roar, scram. Boom! It directly sent the savage king flying 1,000,000 kilometers away. He couldn't stop it at all. Rumble! Millions of kilometers away, the savage king fell down. The scene was like a nuclear explosion. However, in the deep pit, the savage king stood up, but he didn't wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Instead, he heavily shouted, his grandmother's chest. Af! With a furious roar, he charged once again. With a thought, he appeared above white hair illusory shadow. Holding the hammer with both hands, he roared at white hair illusory shadow, F*CKU. Bang bang bang! The shadow dissipated. His white hair was broken. This time, white hair illusory shadow's expanding body shrunk slightly. However, white hair illusory shadow's gaze turned sinister and the space around him began to crack crazily. Die, die, both of you will die. He was furious. Power poured out like a torrent. The power of the universal realm's ancient code was completely crushed by him. Young Taoist also changed from defending to attacking, exterminating runes flying out one after another and surrounding white hair illusory shadow as they fiercely exploded. The purple flame seal had not completely collapsed yet, so he could still suppress it a little. Once the suppression was broken, no one would be able to withstand it. The doppelganger saw the Kwang Wang launch an effective attack at the white hair illusory shadow and his heart tightened. Fight it! Let's kill together! With a flick of his left hand, a fist of violet light pierced through the air. Rumble! Once again, it smashed onto white hair illusory shadow's chest. The purple flame exploded, forming the seal, causing white hair illusory shadow's body to shrink a little. Berserk Devil Hammer! Rumble! Annihilation Spell! Rumble! All sorts of powerful forces started to explode wildly. The white hair illusory shadow continued to weaken, and his expanding body also continued to shrink. Even so, black hair illusory shadow at the other place also didn't think of helping out. Just like how white hair illusory shadow did not help him just now. Because he knew that even if the three of them added up together, they would still not be a match for white hair illusory shadow. As for him, after blowing Long Fei out of the shrine, Long Fei fell into the dragon lake of blood. He had wanted to leave, but he suddenly realized that Long Fei was still breathing. He immediately felt displeased. Buzz. His body fell down. He flew down from the sky. The aura of power emitted from his body became black flames, directly covering the sky. Murong Xiong's eyes darkened. Looking at the dark sky, he said softly, "Find a way to save Long Fei. I'll go deal with him." Elder Swordsman said, "I'll go too." Senior Mia said, "Add me as well." The three of them flew up. They knew that Long Fei definitely wasn't dead when the black hair illusory shadow came down. Xiaobai reacted and said, "The boss is still alive, still alive." Fire and Ice said, "Although I'm not of the dragon god race, my body is still flowing with dragon blood. I should be able to go on." Xiaobai said, "Your wings are broken, and you are heavily injured, are you okay?" Ice Fire said, "It's fine." Binghua stepped into the lake as she spoke. Chi-chi. White smoke rose crazily from his body. It was as if he had not stepped into a lake of dragon blood, but into sulfuric acid. He was in extreme pain, incomparable pain. His dragon blood was too low, and he was unable to withstand the dragon ancestor's power, spirit blood. The moment he stepped in, his flesh and blood madly tore apart. However, he didn't feel any pain. He still had a bit of dragon blood on him. If he couldn't do it, then no one could get down. Everyone looked at the fire and ice. All of them were frowning deeply. Su Su muttered, "Big brother Long Fei, wake up, quick! Wake up!" Queen of Blood Moon also clasped his hands together and said, "Hubby, quickly get up, quickly get up. This world is still waiting for you to save it." At the bottom of Dragonblood Lake, Long Fei laid there quietly with his eyes closed. It was just that. 9 swords floated around him. 9 dragon swords. Each of the 9 realms of the primordial era have a seal. Each of the 9 realms of the primordial era have a seal. A total of 9. Long Fei traveled throughout the primordial 8 regions to unlock and kill all the Outer space demons within the seal. The 9th dragon sword was in the sky region. Long Fei had never been to the seal in the heaven realm. Where did he get the 9th set of dragon sword? If Long Fei saw the 9 dragon sword, he would definitely have doubts in his heart. Because he didn't know what the situation was either. It was actually very simple. The seal in the heaven realm had long been unlocked by the Emperor Xian, and the ancient devil also released. As for the dragon sword, it was created by killing the Emperor Xian phantom shadow. It was just that at that time, Long Fei did not care about what the image of the Emperor Xian revealed, as he had been thinking about killing. 9 swords quietly floated beside Long Fei. The dragon sword said, "Master has already lost his will to fight, we need to speed up. Big brother, can we decide without authorization? Should we wait until Master wakes up before deciding? After all, you should know your master's temper as well. He will definitely be unhappy without his consent for some matters." "That's right. We can't really act rashly on the matter of restoring the ancient dragon body." The 9 dragon swords' attributes were all different. At the same time, protecting the seal was only one of them, and helping Long Batian, the reincarnated person, to recover the ancient dragon body was their true mission. Now that the 9 swords were ready, Long Fei was immersed in the dragon ancestor's spirit blood. 9 swords, the dragon blood was all prepared. Now they were waiting for Long Fei to want to recover his dragon body. But now, he no longer had any will to fight, and his entire body was completely immersed in it. He had no fighting spirit at all. He was too tired. Now, it was as if he was resting with his eyes closed. Whether he died or slept, he didn't care about anything now. In his mind, he had done everything he could and did everything he could not do. All this while, he had been fighting with the goal of toppling God's tribe and trampling her to death. But now it was already so difficult for him to kill a shadow of Emperor Xian. If it was the Emperor Xian, would he still be his opponent? Definitely not. The 2 black and white images were very strong, but Long Fei felt that the Emperor Xian was stronger. Otherwise, why would the 2 black and white images appear in the shrine for him? Be it the black hair illusory shadow or the black hair illusory shadow, they had completely suppressed him. Long Fei couldn't find a way. Spirit blood used it. The power of eternity was used. He had used all of his strength, so he might not even be his opponent in the end. He had always thought that one day, he would be able to step on the Emperor Xian's head and look down on him. He continued to work hard. In the face of such setbacks, Long Fei gritted his teeth and endured. Every single one of the stumbling blocks made him stomp hard on them, and every single one of them made him desperately grab onto them. He stepped into the universal realm. The western regions was destroyed, buried in a black hole. If it wasn't for his mother protecting him in his sea of consciousness, he would have already died if he had charged into the hall of eternal life. Every single time was extremely difficult for Long Fei as he advanced forward with all his might. He had worked hard to defeat the God's tribe and trample her to death, but now, he still couldn't do it. He still didn't have enough strength. Even with all his strength, he was only able to kill one shadow. He was tired. The taut nerves relaxed. He was currently evading, not wanting to face it, not wanting to think about those things. He only wanted to lie down quietly in this dragon blood lake. It didn't matter if he died. Even Long Fei wanted to return to Earth to become a normal otaku. Life was a little tough, he had no money, he had no sisters, he would hold on to his phone and look at his computer every day. Perhaps this kind of life did not have any dreams, but at least he did not have to be as tired as he was now. Life is wonderful, at least. No matter how high the sky was, he could climb to it. No matter how vast the sea was, if one could swim, they would always succeed. But what Long Fei was facing now was a mountain that was who knows how high and how wide. It was too difficult. There was not even a shred of hope. No way. Master's battle will is getting weaker and weaker, until it's almost gone. If this goes on, Master will really fall into eternal sleep. And if we don't complete our mission now, I'm afraid we won't have another chance to do so in the future. The dragon's sword looked up to the sky and felt the pressure of the dark power on the lake's surface. If he did not recover his ancient dragon body, he would die here. Will it work? Since Big Bro has already spoken, let's do it this way. That guy on the lake is too powerful. I think he's one of the 3 great demons, Dark Demon. Isn't there another by Mo? How did these 2 fellows manage to escape from the seal? Now is not the time to talk about this, but the time to let Master recover his ancient dragon body. As long as I awaken my physical body, I will not be afraid. Bring it on. 9 swords in a single heart. Instantly, the 9 swords were drawn and the dragon roared. The dragon's sword said in a deep voice, "It's starting." Buzz! The sword cheese vibrated, and the waves on the surface of the dragon blood lake began to churn. The power of the 9 swords all surged, and the dragons roared from within the blades. The 9 swords were like 9 ancient dragon gods. It was also at this time 13 dragon spirits floated out from Long Fei's space ring and surrounded Long Fei's body. The dragon sword moved, sword, dragon, soul, blood. Move! Boom! With an explosive sound, all of his power rushed into Long Fei's body. Long Fei's body shook. Bam! The powerful energy that had been infused into his body was instantly ejected. The 9 swords vibrated as they were sent flying. What's going on? I told you boss wouldn't agree, right? He definitely refused. Long Fei's body rejected the power. The dragon sword said, "No, Master will not reject any kind of powerful power." He might have lost his will to fight right now, so he has subconsciously closed his mouth. Actually, Dragon Sword's words were very tactful. Long Fei just didn't want to live anymore. The other Dragon Sword secretly tensed up. Then what do we do now? How can I restore my fighting spirit? That's right, what should we do? Master's subconscious is already closed. Who can enter his mind? If a person wanted to die, he would keep everything out of his mind. The Dragon Sword's heart sank. Suddenly, he flew directly out of the lake. It was also at this time Murong Xiong was flipped over by Black Hair Illusory Shadow and landed heavily on the ground. The Dragon Sword said loudly, "I need your help, I need you to wake up Master, to awaken his fighting spirit, if not Master will forever fall asleep." When Black Hair Illusory Shadow saw the Dragon Sword, a black light flashed in his eyes. Dragon God's transformation, Sword of the Seal. As expected. He really is Long Baishan's reincarnation. Only he wants to fall asleep? He must die. The appearance of the Dragon Sword made the Black Hair Illusory Shadow even more certain of one thing, and that was that Long Fei was really Long Baishan's reincarnation. The appearance of the Dragon Sword made the Black Hair Illusory Shadow even more certain of one thing, and that was that Long Fei was really Long Baishan's reincarnation. This way, the killing intent in his heart was even more resolute. He would definitely not let Long Fei live. Watching the Black Hair Illusory Shadow force his way in, he said to the Queen of Blood Moon and the others once more, "He needs you guys. Master needs you to wake him up. Right now, he has no fighting spirit at all. He only wants silence. He needs all of you." Long Fei was simply in a bad state. Their power could not be channeled into Long Fei's body, and he closed his mind to accept nothing from the outside world. He was running away from everything. Queen of Blood Moon immediately asked, "What do we do?" The Dragon Sword said, "I don't know, you are his closest friends, only you can wake him up. Hurry up. We don't have much time." After the Dragon Sword finished speaking, he immediately sank into the water, to dive into the depths of the Dragon Blood Lake. The other Dragon Sword immediately asked, "Brother, how is it?" "Yeah, what's going on up there?" The Dragon Sword said, "I don't know, we can only look at them now. We can't do anything with Master's current state." Sigh. Back then, before Master was suppressed by the repression of boundary stones, he chose to reincarnate. Now I wonder if it's good or bad. The Dragon Sword was very worried. At such times, even the slightest mistake could lead to eternal damnation. Once the universal realm was eliminated, the next person to do so would be the ancient world. The three great demons from the other realms had entered the ancient world for the sake of destruction. If it were to be destroyed, then the tens of thousands of planes under the ancient world would be destroyed. This is because these planes were born and lived by the power that the ancient world produced. It's the dark world again. I don't know why dark world would target our ancient world. What exactly is inside the ancient world? They live for destruction. I hope Master can wake up soon. Back then, he was the one who suppressed the three great demons of the dark world, the seal. Now, it's only him. The 9 dragons sword all looked at Long Fei, who was lying at the bottom of the lake, motionless. The dragon sword said solemnly, "Master, quickly wake up. Universal realm is about to die, quickly wake up. Hurry up and wake up. Master, quickly wake up. Wake up." The 9 dragons sword unceasingly called out, but their call was completely useless. Above the Dragonblood Lake, Murong Xiong was sent flying with heavy injuries, but he did not care about it, as he moved in the air and stood in front of Black Hair Illusory Shadow once again. "If you want to kill my nephew, then step over my corpse." Black Hair Illusory Shadow sneered and said, "Even a trash like you dares to show off in front of me? Even your Mu clan master Mu Tianfeng can only kneel in front of me." As soon as he finished, rumble! Dark power crushed, Murong Xiong's eyes dimmed, and his entire person knelt down heavily. His knees shattered and blood gushed out. Murong Xiong roared out, "Ah!" He stood up again, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he looked at Black Hair Illusory Shadow, and said, "This old man is still showing off." He was not a match for Black Hair Illusory Shadow. Not at all. If he couldn't defeat it, he could only use his own body to block it. This was the only way to stall for time for Long Fei. Long Fei was his sister's only child and his only nephew. Even if he, his uncle, had to die, he would spare no effort to protect. Murong Xiong stood perfectly straight and roared loudly, "Long Fei, you stinking brat, your previous fearless heart has cultivated for nothing? Stand up! Stand up!" He was calling out with all his might. "Don't tell me you want your mother to never see you again? Don't tell me you want your father to suffer in Dragon Abyss Dungeon forever. Wake up!" Tears rolled down the corners of Murong Xiong's eyes. He knew that it had been an incomparably arduous journey for Long Fei. However, as a man, he had to bear everything that came his way. Because behind you is your loved ones, your brothers. If you fall, what about them? Murong Xiong roared. When Queen of Blood Moon heard Murong Xiong shout, she also shouted loudly, "Hubby, have you forgotten what you want to do? Have you forgotten the women who are waiting for you? They might all be in the universal realm. If the universal realm is gone, they would all die. Lu Luoxi, Xiao Tiantian, Chanchan. They're all waiting for you. And Jojo. Hubby, have you forgotten Jojo? Have you forgotten that she gave you the rebirth of a phoenix? Hubby, wake up quickly!" Queen of Blood Moon also shouted loudly. Xiao Bai followed and said loudly, "Boss, I'm Xiao Bai. I'm the Xiao Bai that you brought here from the profound sky continent. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you will never fear any kind of enemy. This time, you will stand up as well, and we will fight once more." Tang Long said, "Long Fei, if you're a man, then fight me. Men should die on the battlefield, not flee from it." Su Su said, "Big brother Long Fei, hurry up and wake up." The ice and fire in the middle of the Dragon Blood Lake, its entire body diving downwards, emitted a dragon's roar towards Long Fei. Everyone was shouting loudly. They couldn't find any other way to wake Long Fei up. Although Long Fei had closed his idea, he could still selectively listen to the sounds outside. However, Long Fei did not block their voices. Because they were Long Fei's relatives, his women and his brothers. These voices entered his mind one by one. Suddenly, Long Fei's eyelids slightly twitched. When the dragon sword saw him, it immediately became excited and said loudly, continue like this. He sensed it. Everyone on the surface of the lake shouted even more loudly. Gulp. Long Fei spat out a bunch of bubbles. A ripple appeared in his calm mind. What's wrong with me? Why am I like this? Am I dead? I'm still alive? Long Fei's brain started to circulate, and it was as if he had resurrected in his heart. Long Fei, oh Long Fei. If you die, what about your parents? What about your woman? What about your brother? Are you willing to die like this? Leaving this world in such a pathetic manner? Are you willing to live like a man on earth again? Gulp. Gulp. Long Fei's mouth bubbled frantically. His body was recovering. Suddenly, Long Fei's eyes fiercely opened wide in anger, and heavily shouted, No! I am Long Fei. How can I just die like this? If you fight, you live. If you kneel, you die. Even if I die, I will die in battle. Ah! Long Fei let out a hysterical roar. The flames of his anger started burning once again. His battle will soared, and all the energy in his body was released. 13 dragon soul began to circulate. The 13th dragon ancestor was roaring. It was also at this time. The entire surface of the dragon blood lake began to boil. The dragon blood began to boil and boil. The entire lake began to boil as if it was boiling. The entire lake began to boil as if it was boiling. Gulp. Coo, coo, coo. The smell of blood began to roll in the air. The whole scene was extraordinarily shocking. It was as if a monster could burst out of the blood at any moment. The scene of the dragon blood lake boiling caused everyone to be shocked. Even the black-hair illusory shadow was stunned for a moment as he stared at the surface of the lake. A few dead bodies were lying in the distance. Black-hair illusory shadow glanced at the collapsed shrine and coldly said, Truly a bunch of brainless trash. To actually put the blood of the dragon's ancestor in this kind of place, I really don't know why Emperor Xian would protect you bunch of trash after so many years. If the shrine was not here, the descendant of God's tribe would be dead. Black-hair illusory shadow was still very unhappy. How much energy does the dragon's ancestor's blood contain? Immeasurable. Why were they suppressed by Long Batian in the seal back then? It was also because of the special blood vein S in Long Batian's body. Up till now, they still had not figured out what the blood vein in Long Batian's body was. The dragon ancestor was one of the special blood vein S that Long Batian had created and inherited from the most primitive batch. The draconic blood glowed as it formed into a lake. Long Fei laid at the bottom of the dragon blood lake. Now that the dragon blood started to boil, thinking about all of this, black-hair illusory shadow had a bad premonition. His eyes stared at the surface of the lake once again. I'd like to see what tricks you can come up with. Black-hair illusory shadow spoke in a deep voice. Queen of Blood Moon and the others were also extremely worried. The ice and fire in the dragon blood lake was unable to withstand the boiling dragon blood, and the strength of the dragon sword was also able to send him out of the lake. Ice and fire, what's the situation next? Xiao Bai immediately asked. Su Su immediately released the cure for the fire and ice. His entire body was scalded with wounds, and dragon blood was still flowing from his body. Binghua said to Su Su, You don't have to heal me, this dragon blood. Dragon blood. Ah! Suddenly, the ice and fire inside his body let out a miserable shriek. Immediately, the wound where the ice and fire wings had been cut off suddenly burst open. The pain from the ice and fire was so excruciating that it seemed as if his eyeballs would burst out at any moment. Xiao Bai walked up. Binghua immediately stopped her. Don't come over. I'm fine. Ah! Another scream. It was also at this time. Shwa! Shwa! 2 rays of golden light burst out from the wound, and after the light burst out, it fiercely spread out. Walala! Golden light radiated in all directions. A pair of golden wings unfurled. Not wings. It was pure gold metal. Once the wings were unfurled, Bing Huo let out a heavy breath and said, "It's fine, I'm fine." Looking at his golden wings, he was incomparably excited. "It's evolved. I've evolved. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the dragon ancestor's blood, thank you boss, thank you." Ice and Fire were incomparably excited. Xiao Bai looked at the ice and fire in excitement, then looked at the pair of wings and said, "Those are still wings, it just turned into metal." Ice Fire said, "It's not a pair of wings." Xiao Bai was startled, then looked at it seriously. "I'm not blind, it's your wing." Bing Hua smiled lightly and said, "Hee hee. Look." The power of ice and fire moved, and the wings suddenly retracted. Buzz. His body transformed into a giant golden dragon. He was no longer a lizard dragon, but a divine dragon. His entire body was golden. If Long Fei saw it, he would have thought it was a super boss. Moreover, he is not of the golden dragon attribute. The dragon scales on his body were metal. A metallic divine dragon. Looking at the change in the ice and fire, Xiao Bai was also shocked. He muttered, "What about mine, isn't your evolution a bit too overpowered?" Queen of Blood Moon could not wait and asked, "Let's first talk about Long Fei, how is he now? Would the boiling dragon blood hurt him?" Lan Mei said anxiously, "That's right, why don't you quickly say it?" Everyone looked at the fire and ice. Bing Huo returned to his human form. He scratched his head and said, I didn't see it. The dragon blood is too turbid. My cultivation can't even clearly see the situation at the bottom of the lake, but I can feel a few waves of powerful energy." Bing Huo didn't see anything at the dragon blood lake. Everyone's hearts sank. Queen of Blood Moon muttered, "No, I can't wait any longer. If this dragon blood really hurts him, then..." While they were talking, the Queen of Blood Moon didn't have as much to think about. He directly walked into the lake. Her world only had Long Fei. Without Long Fei, she felt like the entire world had collapsed. Now that she didn't know whether Long Fei was dead or alive, she couldn't calm down. Women do stupid things when they're not calm. The dragon blood began to boil. Its power was extremely fierce. At this time, if it went down, it would undoubtedly be seeking death. However, the Queen of Blood Moon did not care. "Didn't City Lord Mu say that dragon blood is too dangerous? Sister-in-law, you can't go down there." Xiao Bai advised. The Queen of Blood Moon said, "I can't let him be in danger alone. I can't watch him at the bottom of the lake without doing anything. He's my man." Queen of Blood Moon let out a mournful cry as he turned and jumped into the dragon blood lake. Bam! Dragon blood splattered everywhere, engulfing Queen of Blood Moon in an instant. "Elder sister! Elder sister!" Su, the 3 Night Valley sisters shouted loudly. Queen of Blood Moon did not come out. However, she was not dead. Strangely, she didn't feel any discomfort from the dragon blood, nor did she feel the burning sensation of ice and fire. Amidst the boiling dragon blood, he felt rather comfortable. Even breathing was not restricted. The Queen of Blood Moon did not care about all these and tried to swim towards the bottom of the lake. "I want to go too!" Lan Mei shouted and also jumped down. Walala! Dragon blood splattered everywhere. She too was unrestricted, unburned. Seeing Queen of Blood Moon and Lan Mei disappearing into the lake, Su couldn't help but cry, "If you want to die, then let's die together. Big brother Long Fei, I'm here." He also jumped down. The 3 Night Valley sisters looked at each other and said softly, "Night King, we are here to accompany you." They're throwing caution to the wind. What they wanted to do now was not to save Long Fei, but to die with him. They jumped into the lake in the same way. Not even a single bubble appeared, and they were directly devoured by the dragon blood. Murong Xiong said heavily, "Don't continue any more, you will die soon." As for the scene at the bottom of Dragon Blood Lake, He didn't know. Why are they all right? No restrictions? It was not because of anything else but because they had once had a relationship with Long Fei. They had once been on good terms with him, and had Long Fei's essence and blood in their bodies. That was why it was not restricted. Within the dragon blood lake, 9 dragon swords floated around Long Fei's body. At this moment, Long Fei stood up, looked at the dragon sword and said, "Come, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready." Long Fei said indifferently, "I won't be as depressed as before. In this world, if you don't agree, then do it. Anyway, I've made a fortune in my life." Long Fei threw caution to the wind. The dragon sword moved slightly and said, "Master, it will hurt a little. You must endure it." Long Fei said, "Come. No matter how painful it is, I will endure it. There is nothing in this world more painful than being retarded." Long Fei clenched his fists tightly and looked up at the sky. Darkness filled the air. The black hair illusory shadow was floating above the surface of the dragon blood lake. It was pitch black and could kill everyone here at any time. Long Fei didn't have any more time. The dragon sword also knew, so she did not continue, and said, "Master, we are starting." Buzz. The sword vibrated. Roar. The sword hummed and the dragon hummed. Wave after wave of power was released. The dragon sword's power began to connect. 13 dragon souls' power started to connect with each other as well. The dragon blood began to boil up even more. The surface of the lake was like a stormy sea. He continued to lick the shore. "Come." Long Fei tightened the center of his brows, his heart incomparably resolute. The dragon sword moved, schwa. It was like a phantom. "Dragon god, enter my body, ancient body, forge for me." Buzz. Rumble. A handful of dragon swords stabbed into Long Fei's body and directly pierced through his head. Long Fei's eyes fiercely exploded and his body was just about to fall to the ground. His legs kept shaking and his heart kept shaking. It was as if his head had been torn apart. Long Fei clenched his teeth and endured the attack. "Come." Although he had suffered a great deal of pain when stabbing into Long Fei's body from the top of his head, his blood vitality was not low, which meant that he did not receive any damage. The first dragon sword pierced into Long Fei's body. The surface of the lake exploded and a stream of dragon blood sprayed out like a fountain. His power surged. Rumble. A powerful shock wave swept out in an instant. Black hair illusory shadow's eyes darkened as a dark power came crashing down. The lake's surface caved in and the dragon's blood was being squeezed out. Seeing the scene at the bottom of the lake, his expression changed greatly. "Cast dragon body? You want to recover your ancient dragon body? Humph. Long Batian, you must be thinking too much. Do you think I will still give you another chance?" Once the body of the dragon was successfully forged, he knew what the consequences would be. In his heart, there was still some fear towards Long Batian. That kind of power was really terrifying. Thus, he absolutely could not let Long Fei succeed. Long Fei wasn't even able to unleash 1/10,000th of Long Batian's strength, but once the dragon recovered, things would be different. Rumble. The sky darkened and a huge black axe appeared. The black hair illusory shadow moved and slashed at the lake's surface. Walala! The dark power directly cut open the space. It was also at this time. Elder Swordsman clenched his teeth, his body slightly moved, and his heart roared out, 10,000 swords, returned to consciousness. F. When the black hair illusory shadow made his move, it meant that Long Fei was at a critical juncture, a juncture that could threaten the black hair illusory shadow. At a time like this, the black hair illusory shadow definitely could not be disturbed by Long Fei. Using the Elder Swordsman's profound chi as a guide, the ancient sword's spiritual power was unleashed to its limits. Streams of sword chi shot out from his body and condensed into a huge sword intention, as if it was very real. Elder Swordsman Sword Art Move. Block. Buzz. The myriad manifestation sword intent shot out, blocking the surface of the lake. Black Hair Illusory Shadow sneered, "You overestimate yourself." Boom! Boom, rumble, rumble, asterisk. The divine dark axe slashed down, and the sword intent blocked it. The moment the two forces came into contact, space exploded as streams of power were released in all directions. The 10,000 sword intents continued to sink and shatter. No matter how strong the ancient sword's spiritual power was, how could it be a match for the power of the dark world? However, even if he wasn't an opponent, he could at least stall for some time. Moreover, his body was trembling, his face was pale, and the wrinkles on his forehead were growing more and more. In just a few seconds, he seemed to have aged by several tens of years, directly turning into a 100-year-old old man. He had lived for thousands of years, and his appearance had not changed, but, this time, he was using up his profound qi. With a large consumption of profound qi, his lifespan also decreased. He immediately turned into an old man that was at death's door. Even so, the elder swordsman still continued to resist. "Me too!" Senior Mia roared, and the power in his body surged. The profound qi moved. It was also burning the super-strong power released by his profound qi. Tang Long turned sinister as his sword moved and directly flew towards Black Hair Illusory Shadow. Xiao Bai also moved. The fire and ice dragon god that had transformed into a metal dragon also charged towards Black Hair Illusory Shadow in fury. They were all resisting the Black Hair Illusory Shadow's move. As Murong Xiong looked at the scene before his eyes, his heart also started to boil as he said in a heavy voice, "Long Fei, did you see that? Everyone's fighting for you. Ha ha ha! You have these brothers and these women who can sacrifice their lives for you. As your uncle, I am truly happy for you. Ha ha ha! As your uncle, how can I not do these kinds of things?" Murong Xiong fell, boom. The power of space instantly condensed as he took a step forward, and instantly landed in front of Black Hair Illusory Shadow. He laughed sinisterly. "I want to bring you to another world. Ah! Ants bite more dead elephants." Even though the dark power was very strong, an invincible existence. However, these people don't care about life, not because they want to defeat you, but because they want to give Long Fei a bit of time. Every single one of them were desperately trying to entangle the Black Hair Illusory Shadow. Black Hair Illusory Shadow's divine dark axe was unable to cut down, which made him very unhappy, exceptionally unhappy. He did not even bother to look at them. But now, he was furious. Black Hair Illusory Shadow coldly snorted, "Since you all want to die, then I shall grant your wish." Buzz! The sky darkened. The pressure was like the heavens. Everyone's power was crushed in an instant. Their cultivation was instantly suppressed, unable to move even a single inch. All of them were dumbstruck. Moreover, they were all grabbed by the dark energy and lifted into the air. In front of the dark power, they seemed too insignificant. The existence of the highest plane of the dark world, its strength could crush everything in the universal realm. "You're crazy. Go crazy again." The Black Hair Illusory Shadow let out a heavy sound as he looked at them all. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked up as he said, "All of you, go to hell." Just when he was about to crush them all with his strength, suddenly, the massive dragon blood lake suddenly began to shrink rapidly. It was as though a huge pit had appeared at the bottom of a lake as the amount of dragon blood frantically decreased. It was also at this time. The space between Black Hair Illusory Shadow's eyebrows sank. His mind trembled slightly as he looked at the surface of the lake, which was constantly shrinking. He could feel a powerful energy gathering. A power that he had once been extremely familiar with and feared was gathering together. Power, an extremely familiar power. Power, an extremely familiar power. The blood and water of the dragon lake were falling, but the power was getting stronger. Black Hair Illusory Shadow felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't control it. Dragon! Is it ready? Black Hair Illusory Shadow stared fixedly at the lake's surface, to the point that he didn't have the mind to kill Murong Xiong and the others right now. To him, Murong Xiong was weaker than an ant, someone who could kill at any time, so he was in no hurry. What was the situation under the dragon blood lake? At the bottom of the lake. Master, can you still hold on? Do you want to rest? The dragon sword asked. Because a sword strike had pierced into Long Fei's head, other than the pain in his body, his mind, his sea of consciousness and the powerful ancient energy were all rampaging within his body. Aside from pain, it was pain. An unbearable pain for an ordinary person. Long Fei said heavily, "Come. I can take it." Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, his eyes looking at the black mass in the sky, seeing Murong Xiong, the sword, Tan Depeo, Xiao Bai, Bing Hua and the others were all lifted up in the air by the Black Hair Illusory Shadow, their lives hanging by a thread. Long Fei's heart was filled with rage. The weak were destined to be crushed. Only then would the powerhouse be above everything else. So what if he killed the Emperor Xian simulacrum? There were even stronger powerhouses. If he wanted to become a powerhouse, then he had to endure the pain that others couldn't. It was lonely and boring. Come, Long Fei roared. As long as he could become stronger, no matter how much pain he suffered, he could endure it. Buzz. Fifth sword, Ice Dragon Sword. The Ice Dragon Sword moved and said, "Master, I have come. This time, you have to endure the pain of the profound ice." Boom! The sword moved and pierced into Long Fei's body. Immediately, Long Fei's body instantly turned ice-cold, and started to tremble uncontrollably. Even in the scorching dragon blood lake, his body kept freezing up, and his blood vessels were about to freeze up. When Queen of Blood Moon saw Long Fei, he immediately rushed forward. Without waiting for her to approach, Long Fei shouted loudly, "Don't come over, don't come over." Long Fei could already sense it after they entered the dragon lake. However, Long Fei did not want the scene of him being in pain to be seen by them, because the only thing he wanted to do was to make them happy and not suffer. It didn't matter how much he suffered, but he couldn't let his woman see it, because they would be sad. Queen of Blood Moon said, "Hubby!" Tears welled up in her eyes. Long Fei said, "Don't come over, tell them not to come over." At this moment, Long Fei's stomach was covered in ice and the top of his head was split open. If they saw this scene, they would probably faint. The sixth slash. "Come!" Long Fei shouted. Buzz. "Master, you have to endure it. This time, you have to endure the pain of fire." Boom! The fire-red dragon sword moved, and directly stabbed into Long Fei's head. In an instant, Long Fei's body directly turned from ice to burning fire. Ah! Long Fei could not help but let out a howl. Queen of Blood Moon covered her mouth with one hand. Seeing this scene, she almost broke down. Ah! She kept screaming in her heart. Her mind felt like it was about to collapse. "No, don't. Good heavens, let me replace him." Woo woo woo! Queen of Blood Moon bit his own palm hard, not wanting to cry out loud. Seeing Long Fei suffer, she felt as if her heart had been pierced by a steel needle. The 7 swords entered his body. The power in Long Fei's body stimulated his entire body, and his blood began to boil from the power of the fire dragon sword. Hoo! Long Fei panted heavily. He could feel the immense power within his body. It was so powerful that he felt as if he was going to transform and retreat. The energy within his body continued to condense and gather. Blood of the dragon's ancestor. Dragon ancestor's soul essence. The power of the dragon sword, combined with spirit blood's power inside Long Fei's body, these energies gathered and rearranged themselves anew. They were brewing and rapidly circulating. Long Fei's body also began to swell up. The surface of his skin was a layer of green, a layer of red, and another layer of glittering gold. Black light spilled out in all directions, and pieces of Tao Tai Beast's scales began to fall off. Long Fei felt that he was going to die. His skin felt as if it was being torn apart. However, he tried his best to hold back. He tried his best to hold it in. Long Fei roared, "There are still 3 more swords, come." Earth Dragon Sword said, "Master, your physical body has already reached its limit. If this continues, you won't be able to hold on anymore. Otherwise, we'll end it here today. You can digest the power of the 6 swords, which should be enough to deal with Black Hair Illusory Shadow, all right?" Queen of Blood Moon immediately said, Right, husband, don't be like this, okay?" Her heart trembled. She was really going to collapse. Long Fei did not hesitate and said, "Continue. 7th sword, come." Long Fei did not retreat. What could local Black Hair Illusory Shadow do? It was just a shadow. What if the real face appeared again? What did he use to deal with it? He didn't have enough strength. Not enough. Still not enough. Seeing the Earth Dragon's sword hesitating, Long Fei shouted, "Continue." The Earth Dragon's sword said solemnly, "Master, I'm here. What you have to endure is the pain of an earth rend." The dragon sword moved, and directly pierced towards Long Fei's head. At this moment, Su Su, Lan Mei and the others rushed over. Seeing this scene, Lan Mei moved in an instant and was about to rush over to stop them. Long Fei shouted, "Don't come over!" Queen of Blood Moon bit his hands until his eyes were blurry. Boom! The Earth Dragon's sword heavily stabbed downwards. Su Su immediately collapsed and fainted. Her heart could not bear it. Lan Mei stopped, and watched as the dragon's sword continuously pierced into Long Fei's body. She was completely stunned, as if she was a fool, and her eyes became lifeless. Ah! Long Fei's skin started to crack. The pain of earth cracking. As the skin left the body, blood gushed out. His whole body was cracking. Long Fei could not stand steadily and shouted again, "8th sword, come!" Queen of Blood Moon shook her head and sobbed, "No, no, no, husband, you will die, don't continue." Lan Mei was stunned. He was completely stupefied. When the 3 Night Valley sisters arrived, they did not stop them. Seeing how pale Long Fei and the others were, the 3 of them directly kneeled on the ground. The 8th slash. Boom! The sword light moved and pierced into Long Fei's body. Buzz! Another layer of power surged inside Long Fei's body, causing his bones to bulge out as a result. Long Fei's breath was weak. He looked at the last dragon sword and said, "9th sword, come. Continue." The 9th strike did not hesitate as it said, "Master, hold it in." Last strike. Boom! It pierced into Long Fei's body, and at the same time, Long Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. With a flick of his body, his entire body arched backwards. Ah! Pain. Pain. An indescribable pain. Perhaps, in this world, only a madman like Long Fei could endure this. Once the 9 swords entered his body, the entire process could only be described as crazy. After the 9th sword pierced Long Fei's body, the entire dragon blood lake rapidly dried up, and all of the dragon blood was absorbed by Long Fei's body. At this moment, he lowered his body and lowered his head, blood flowing out of his mouth. The Queen of Blood Moon and the others at the side held their breath, quietly looking at Long Fei. His heart stopped beating. They wanted to move forward, but they didn't dare. Because Long Fei's current state. It was too painful. The 9 swords pierced the top of his head, but the hilt was still there. Long Fei's head was like a monster. How terrifying was this? They all covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound. Murong Xiong looked at the bottom of the lake, and when he saw Long Fei's body drooping as if he was dead, he loudly shouted, "Long Fei boy, stand up for me." "Boss! Boss! Long Fei!" They were grabbed by the black hair illusory shadow's throat, and it was difficult for them to even utter a sound, but at this moment they did not care about anything else, they were roaring with their lives on the line. Black hair illusory shadow looked at Long Fei and sneered, "Your physical body is too weak, you cannot withstand the power of 9 primordial divine dragons entering your body. And here I thought you have succeeded in forging the ancient dragon body? Seems like he didn't. Ha ha. Long Batian, you only have one chance to cast the dragon body in your reincarnation, what a pity. It's a pity you failed, ha ha ha. This is retribution. Long Batian, this is your retribution." Black hair illusory shadow laughed crazily. He laughed crazily. He could not help but become excited when he saw Long Fei like this. It was just that. Suddenly, Long Fei's body moved slightly, her voice sounded like it came from hell, and she said, "You look really happy." It was not loud. However, black hair illusory shadow felt a chill in his heart. He felt that the aura on Long Fei's body was a little different. It was not that familiar aura. It was a different type, an indescribable aura. The aura of the ancient dragon body. Not this. What kind of power aura is this? Could it be that Long Batian's reincarnation was a huge move by him? No. Impossible. He only provoked Sky Law to come here and get suppressed by the repression of boundary stones because he caused too much damage to the ancient world. Black hair illusory shadow thought about it a lot. He could not understand why Long Batian would reincarnate. At that time, Long Batian had already destroyed all of the outer space powerhouses. It could be said that the ancient world was no longer a threat, but he still chose to reincarnate? Why is that? And now, it seemed that every step was part of Long Batian's plan. Dragon Ancestor Spirit Blood. Dragon Sword Seal. Every step seemed to have been arranged beforehand. If it was said that a person, no matter how strong the powerhouse was, could arrange such a thing billions of years ago, how terrifying an existence would that be? Even if it was reincarnation, for what? There had to be a reason. Black hair illusory shadow looked at Long Fei's body that was slowly trembling, and the aura that didn't belong to Long Batian became more and more intense. Could it be for a change? In order to break through the shackles of some sort of power? Could it be? We are also pawns? No, no. The more he thought about it, the more he panicked. He said in a heavy voice, "I don't believe that such an abnormal person from a lower plane would exist. I don't believe it. Even if you are reincarnated, you will die for me." Boom! The black sky suddenly sank. The dark power immediately condensed a black bolt of lightning. The lightning was extremely huge and was a few kilometers large, a lightning that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Black hair illusory shadow growled, "Die! Rumble! Rumble! Rumble!" Boom! 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 Thick bolts of lightning struck down. Long Fei's body was still trembling and he wasn't looking at the sky. Fall! In the blink of an eye, black lightning descended. Long Fei slightly raised his head, his expression incomparably sinister. The corners of his mouth curled up as he revealed a cold smile and said, "Hee hee." Yi Zichen opened his hands. The huge lightning bolts that were a few kilometers in radius suddenly retracted, shooting down towards him alone. Long Fei said lightly, "Just nice, I still had a bit more strength." Rumble! The black lightning wrapped around Long Fei and heavily exploded. "Boss! Long Fei! Hubby!" Seeing this scene, everyone's heart became incomparably nervous. Black hair illusory shadow laughed excitedly and said, "Ha ha ha! Turn to powder in my black lightning, ha ha! Tremble!" He was excited, because the power contained in this black lightning was not only dark power, but also its destructive power. This bolt of lightning could penetrate through the entire universal realm. It could destroy universal realm. How terrifying was this power? Could Long Fei bear it? Even if they did not die, the explosion of the universal realm and the destruction of the world, all living beings would have died and no one would be able to escape. Rumble! Rumble! He was still frantically attacking this place. In the midst of the black lightning, Long Fei's body was also slowly peeling off, just like a snake peeling off its skin as his skin cracked. New skin. His skin had dragon tattoos on it. His eyes shattered and turned into a pair of dragon eyes. White hair fell off one by one and quickly grew back. Under the bombardment of the black lightning's power, Long Fei rapidly evolved. During this process, he felt a different kind of power. Dragon Ancestor Spirit Blood. Within the dragon soul, amongst the 9 dragons soared with different attributes, that different kind of energy began to gather in Long Fei's body, and then spread to the 100 acupoints in his 4 limbs. A burst of power. Crack! Boom! The dragon's scale appeared. Green light flashed, purple light lingered, golden light spilled out in all directions, black light moved. Rumble! Long Tianming glared at him. Ah! Long Fei roared. Black Hair Illusory Shadow thought that Long Fei was screaming and immediately laughed. Ha ha. Long Batian felt great? Wasn't it great when the seal suppressed us back then? Now, this old man wants to ask you a question. Ha ha ha. Laughing wildly. Rumble. With the explosive sound of the black lightning, Long Fei's body could no longer support the energy in his body. At this moment, a new body burst out of the body. Roar. With a dragon's roar, the entire black bolt of lightning was shattered and completely disappeared. A dragon. It was a small dragon, but its body contained boundless power. Ancient dragon body. It had evolved. Black Hair Illusory Shadow's eyes darkened as he cried out involuntarily, "Ancient dragon body? This is impossible." Heh heh. Long Fei sneered sinisterly, turned his eyes and looked up at the Black Hair Illusory Shadow in the air, saying, "Awesome. Soon it will be your turn to feel good." The black lightning was crushed. The black lightning was crushed. Long Fei's entire body had evolved. A dragon. Its body was not big, but it was wrapped up by a strange force. No one could understand it. Black Hair Illusory Shadow had seen Long Batian before, so he was very clear about his strength. He had never seen such power before. Completely different. Nor did it belong to the power Long Batian possessed back then. What kind of power? Mutated. Long Batian, is this the destination for your reincarnation? Black Hair Illusory Shadow's gaze tightened. He did not believe it, because no one would be able to predict what would happen in the next trillion years. Furthermore, no one would ever give up the cultivation base that had once dominated a part of the world and instead choose to cultivate in the cycle of reincarnation. Back then, he was the #1 powerhouse of the ancient times. He was so strong that the entire plane trembled because of him. How could he give up his cultivation and have his body suppressed by the repression of boundary stones? No one would do that unless he was crazy. In that instant, crack! Long Fei's neck lightly shook and his joints popped out. Black Hair Illusory Shadow's eyes trembled. He retracted his train of thought, stared at Long Fei and said solemnly, "Then let me see how much power the ancient dragon body you forged has recovered." Boom! The dark power surged. A layer of sky came crashing down. The sky was dark, and the dark power felt like a heavenly pressure was crushing Long Fei. The top of the mountain had collapsed. The place where the darkness touched was instantly turned to powder. He kept pressing down. The surrounding mountain quickly turned into flat land, and it was still pressing down. Rumble! 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 Explosions were everywhere. Murong Xiong looked at Long Fei. He did not know whether Long Fei's current strength was strong or weak, nor did he care. He shouted loudly, "Long Fei, run, get out of the dark sky! To the Xiao Yao city, where would you find the power that your grandfather left you? Go, it can bring you to a safe place. Quickly!" Not waiting for him to finish, Black Hair Illusory Shadow snorted. He glanced at Murong Xiong from the corner of his eyes and said, "You talk too much." Boom! A dark energy shot out. It was like a slap to Murong Xiong. Pa! Blood hung from the corner of Murong Xiong's mouth as his face became even paler. However, he still shouted loudly, "Run!" Black Hair Illusory Shadow sneered. "Even though you have currently forged the ancient dragon body, you have just succeeded. Your strength, your cultivation, is still very weak. So, Long Batian, don't even think about escaping. Crush him." Boom! The dark sky was descending rapidly, bringing with it a sense of heavenly might. Xiao Bai looked at the surrounding world and started to crumble piece by piece. It was even more powerful than the destructive force of the black lightning just now, and he couldn't help but become worried. Elder Swordsman shouted, "Kid, if you don't run now, you won't be able to escape. Long Fei, hurry up and run." Queen of Blood Moon also anxiously said, "Hubby, don't worry about us, quickly leave this place, quickly." Everyone was letting Long Fei escape. Get out of here. Only in this way could there be a sliver of hope for survival. However, Long Fei did not move. The power within his body surged unceasingly. He was feeling it. Similarly, he was also quickly controlling it. He needed to unleash his strongest power. Ancient Dragon Body. The power of Eternal. The power of the Dragon God? He himself did not know what power Long Fei had in his body, but he did not need to know clearly. He only needed to do one thing. That was to unleash the strongest power in his body. It burst out without reservation. Seeing Long Fei not moving at all, the chill in Black Hair Illusory Shadow's heart disappeared as he laughed proudly. "So what if I've recovered my ancient dragon body? Long Batian, I'm not the me from back then. It's just a mere insect. If I want you to lie down, you have to lie down. If I want you to die, you have to die." Ha ha ha! Not only you, those people beside you, their lives are like a blade of grass. If I want them dead, then so be it. While they were talking, Black Hair Illusory Shadow waved his right hand and pushed Murong Xiong and the others forward. They were all suspended in mid-air, on the verge of death, their lives hanging by a thread. So what if he's reincarnated? You didn't return to the ancient world, and didn't find your real body. You're still a piece of trash, ha ha. Ha ha ha. All of you, go to hell. The Black Hair Illusory Shadow became more and more manic, and the dark sky came crashing down. The power that was binding Murong Xiong and the others in their throats also suddenly shrank back. Panting. The key point of his throat was the sound of exploding. His neck was on the verge of breaking. Xiao Bai said solemnly, "B-Boss, quick, let's go." Buzz! Long Fei's pupils changed. His dragon-scaled right arm gently lowered. Boom! The sound of metal striking metal exploded. The infinite fist appeared on the dragon fist. Ding! System notification. External intervention, Infinite Boxing +10. The color on the Infinite Boxing also changed. When the power in Long Fei's body poured in, the Infinite Boxing immediately became a super divine product of +10, and his power turned the world upside down. A punching glove that could destroy an entire planet with a single punch. He channeled his strength into it. The gloves began to move. Boom! The flames burned. Long Fei's body slightly sank, his gaze locking onto Black Hair Illusory Shadow as he said solemnly, "This punch will let you have a good time." Black Hair Illusory Shadow sneered, "This move, you are too weak. I really don't know how Long Batian was able to reincarnate into your life. You are truly too useless." He did not say the word thing. Long Fei disappeared. In that instant, Long Fei stood in front of Black Hair Illusory Shadow. Black Hair Illusory Shadow's pupils suddenly tightened. Long Fei smirked, "Trash your mother." Boom! A fist flew out, directly striking the center of Black Hair Illusory Shadow's forehead. The next second, Black hair illusory shadow's body suddenly shrank rapidly. He was shrinking with all the dark power on his body. It was like a huge black cloth retreating quickly. It was also at this time Long Fei couldn't seem to control his fist as he punched out crazily. 1 second. 1,000,000 combo. Black hair illusory shadow could not resist it at all, and as though time was passing too slowly, his body started to crack crazily. He couldn't even let out a scream. Long Fei retracted his fist, turned back abruptly, stared at black hair illusory shadow, and said solemnly, "Let your real face wash his butt, I will immediately enter his ancient world to cripple him." F. He bellowed. One punch exterminated. Rumble. The sky trembled, the darkness shattered, and was sent flying into the sky by Long Fei. The entire black hair illusory shadow was reduced to smithereens. Actually, Long Fei could deal with black hair illusory shadow with a single punch, but he was not in a good mood. He wanted to let black hair illusory shadow have a good time. Ancient world. The black-haired man's eyes suddenly widened. Puff. He couldn't control it at all. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became abnormally pale. The white-haired man looked at him. "What's the situation?" The black-haired man's face was extremely ugly as he said, quickly take back the shadow." He's back." Emperor Xian was startled and asked, Who's back?" The black-haired man said, "Quick." His voice was trembling. The white-haired man was also surprised. "Who came back?" The black-haired man said, "Dragon, Sky Tyrant Lord." The white-haired man trembled, "Long Batian?" At this moment, in the sky they did not wait for white hair illusory shadow to leave. A surge of power wrapped around him. "You want to leave just because you're acting cool? Have you asked your father? Does Laozi agree?" Ancient world. Ancient world. The white-haired man's eyes narrowed. It's too late. He was not finished. Universal realm. In the sky, Long Fei was standing on top of white hair illusory shadow. Young Taoist frowned. "What is that?" The Savage King said, "Damn, are they monsters?" The clone looked up and said, It looks like a dragon." Young Taoist replied, "But he looks more like a person." Quang Wang shouted, "It's the boss." "Senior brother?" Young Taoist was also excited. They didn't see Long Fei's evolution at the bottom of the Dragon Blood Lake, so they didn't see him at first glance. When the clone left Long Fei that year, Long Fei did not look like such as well, so, even if he felt that Long Fei's aura was very familiar, he had never thought that he was his own real face. Rumble. Long Fei fell down heavily. Not on the ground, but in the air. However, it was as if he had landed on flat ground. With a loud bang, the space caved in and shattered. White hair illusory shadow's eyes darkened and said, "Ancient dragon body. I didn't expect you to really be Long Batian." White hair illusory shadow recognized Long Fei the moment he saw his body. Although Long Fei's dragon body had yet to evolve, he could still tell. There was a special power within the ancient dragon body. If the eternal dragon god was said to be a huge dragon god, then he was still at the infant stage. Long Fei didn't waste any time on nonsense. He directly enunciated with a heavy voice, "Die." White hair illusory shadow's gaze tensed up as he said, "Humph. Long Batian, you are underestimating me too much. Right now, you have only recovered your body, your strength is still far from that." He did not finish his words. Long Fei's fist moved. He disappeared. The white hair illusory shadow instantly felt Long Fei rushing towards him. He frowned and changed the topic. "Then let me see how much strength you have." Buzz! With a flash of white light, young Taoist, Wild King and the clones were blasted away. At this moment, the white light surrounded the area within 1,000,000 kilometers. "Annihilate the world!" White hair illusory shadow shouted in fury. The white light exploded crazily, causing the world to tremble and the mountains to crack. Boss. Senior brother. Be careful. The young Taoist and the Wild King shouted. The doppelganger did not say anything, but his heart began to feel inexplicably worried, as if he was missing a family member. That's strange. Do I know him? Why would I be worried about his safety? Who is he? Young Taoist said. My senior brother. The Wild King looked at Long Fei's calmness and said, My boss, a man who wants to enter the immortal world in the future, haha. The doppelganger muttered, The immortal world? I've never heard of it. And then, he did not ask any further. He would never tell anyone that he was looking for his real face, because the real face told him before when he left that he must not let anyone else find out about his existence. Thus, before he finds the real face, he would never let anyone know his identity. He looked up at the sky. The air was rapidly shrinking, and the laws of this world were crazily chaotic. All sorts of orders were collapsing. The area of millions of kilometers was like it was flying away from the universal realm. White Hair Illusory Shadow roared and said, Long Batian, go to hell. Walala. White Hair Illusory Shadow's white light burst out heavily. An ice-cold voice came out, Bring me Old Man Emperor Xian to say something. This old man will immediately enter ancient world to take his dog life. His right fist sank. A heavy grip. Crack. Ka. The sound of exploding power. Long Fei's figure appeared, his two eyes roaring in fury. Soaring dragon fist. Rumble. He punched White Hair Illusory Shadow on the head. White Hair Illusory Shadow's head directly fractured, and all of the energy he released crumbled in that instant. Instantly, the incomparably long gash on the top of his head fell to the ground, turning into 0. A total of 11 damage values floated up into the air. Explosion damage, 1 punch kill. White Hair Illusory Shadow's body shattered and the destructive force instantly disappeared. At this moment, in the ancient world, bam! The white-haired man's body suddenly sank. Just like the black-haired man, his face turned scarlet as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. After the illusion was crushed, it would not cause any harm to Real Face. The illusion was condensed from a strand of Real Face's power, and without power, how could it harm Real Face? In the beginning, even after Emperor Xian's illusion was destroyed, he did not receive any damage. Emperor Xian looked at the two of them and spat out blood. It's just a broken illusion, shouldn't it be able to harm Real Face? The white-haired man quickly meditated to stabilize his injuries. The black-haired man recovered slightly. He did not explain anything to Emperor Xian and said directly, You are the master of Universal Realm. Quick! What passage? Emperor Xian did not react in time. The black-haired man said, It's a link to the outer world. No one is allowed to enter the ancient world. Long Batian has recovered his dragon body. His strength is completely different from before, there have already been some changes. The reason why we were not killed back then but were suppressed by the seal was all part of his plan. He was playing a very big game. The Emperor Xian still didn't understand and said, Let him enter the ancient world, we can still kill him. The black-haired man said, You don't understand Long Batian, nor do you understand his strength, and even more so, don't understand the world of the ancient world. Once he enters the ancient world, that would be equivalent to fish entering water, returning to the mountain. And I now find that he is a complete madman. When the black-haired man thought about how his spine had been arranged by Long Batian for the past billions of years, he felt a chill down his spine. Too terrifying. Emperor Xian had never seen Long Batian before, and he never thought that Long Batian was strong either. The white-haired man exhaled and said, Let's close the tunnel first, before we find Long Batian's corpse, we should avoid direct contact with him. The black-haired man said, Find the repression of boundary stones first. As long as we have the repression of boundary stones, Long Batian is a bug. Emperor Xian despised him in his heart, but he still followed his instructions. All right then. The Emperor Xian floated up. His hands formed a seal as he chanted something. The void moved. The human realm upon heavens, help me control it. Shut it. Soon after, the sky above universal realm was filled with exploding sound. The passageway closed. Also at this time, Emperor Xian suddenly thought of his own shrine and immediately asked, "Where are my people?" The black-haired man said, "They were all crushed by Long Batian." Emperor Xian's eyes turned sinister as he clenched his fists tightly. The power in his body was like a raging ocean as he roared, "Long Fei, I will never forgive you." The black-haired man blamed everything on Long Fei. The black-haired man blamed everything on Long Fei. Anger could make a person stronger. The Emperor Xian placed great importance on his clansmen. The destruction of the god's tribe would ignite the anger in his heart, and this way, his strength would also burn. The moment Emperor Xian moved, he was about to leave the ancient world and enter the universal realm. He could not bear the pain of God's tribe being exterminated. The God's tribe that he had single-handedly built could not be gone just like that. Moreover, what did the God's tribe represent? The paragons of the universal realm were no longer there. What did the people of the universal realm think of him? They would definitely think that he was dead too. The Emperor Xian was a person who took a liking to honor. Now that the God's tribe was gone, he could not hold back his anger any longer. The black-haired man immediately called out to Emperor Xian, "You can't leave right now." The Emperor Xian said straightforwardly, "You all are afraid of him, but I'm not afraid. What Long Batian or dragon or whatever." He never took Long Batian seriously. He was currently the strongest person in Universal Realm, and might even be the #1 powerhouse, even though his illusionary image was smashed into pieces by Long Fei, but the strength used to obtain it was not even 1/millionth of his real face. Even if Long Fei became stronger, he could still easily crush her because he was the real ruler of this world. He was not a outer space powerhouse. He was born and bred in this world, but his grip on power was no weaker than his white hair. It was even stronger. After hundreds of millions of years of cultivation, the Emperor Xian was no longer the Emperor Xian of before. His cultivation was not the limit of the universal realm. He was already at its limits. The white-haired man said, "It's not that you're afraid, but that it's not the time yet." Emperor Xian said, "1 second is enough to kill him. I won't waste any time, just wait here for me, I'll be back soon." The black-haired man said, "Emperor Xian, your vengeance is more important, or is your master's mission more important? You should know what kind of person our lord is. If we delay his time, have you thought of the consequences?" Emperor Xian was not afraid of the two of them, but this master was different. His heart sank. He suppressed his rage. The white-haired man said, "First, find the corpses of the repression of boundary stones and Long Batian for master. After the mission is completed, we will accompany you there." The black-haired man said, "That's right. Forget about you wanting his soul flying, I want it too." He wanted revenge even more than the Emperor Xian. However, they could not allow Long Batian to enter the ancient world. Long Fei had already confirmed that it was Long Batian's reincarnation. Once he was actually able to find his own body within the real face, and fuse it with the strange power that came out of Long Fei's body. I'm afraid they didn't dare to think about it. He had to find Long Batian's corpse and repression of boundary stones before Long Fei. Emperor Xian said solemnly, "Don't worry, you don't need to do anything to kill him. I'll let you live for a few more days first." However, a strong killing intent burst out from Emperor Xian's eyes. The white-haired man said, "Are you still going to the Universal Realm?" Emperor Xian said, "Universal Realm, I can wait for a few days, but if he destroys my god's tribe, I will also make his dragon race suffer." Boom! Emperor Xian's figure moved and instantly disappeared. He flew in the direction of the dragons. The black-haired man said, "You went to the dragon race? Do you want to stop it?" The man with white hair sneered, "It seems that he is really angry. The dragon clan will be exterminated sooner or later, so we will let him vent out. Go inform Master before Emperor Xian returns. We need to let Master know about Long Baishan's awakening. Also, you can take Long Baishan's reincarnation and reincarnation as his chess piece from hundreds of millions of years ago and see what Master has to say. My lord possesses the reincarnation heavenly gaze, so he can see the past and the future of humans." The black-haired man nodded and said, "All right, I'll go now." His figure moved. The black-haired man instantly disappeared from the spot. The white-haired man continued to sit down cross-legged. He looked at the muddled sky and said, "This time, we will never lose again." Dragon Vein Mountain. Dragon Clan's territory. Tens of millions of kilometers, the mountains were filled with danger within the water source. On top of a mountain, there were several huge sculptures. Each one of them was a human head and dragon body. They were all dragon kings of the past generations. The one at the top was Long Batian. His arrogant and domineering appearance was staring at the sky with eyes full of disdain, as if he would break through the sky at any moment. This place seemed exceptionally imposing. The entire Dragon Vein Mountain had lost its former splendor and became dilapidated. There were broken rocks everywhere and the rivers were thirsty. The spirit energy produced by the entire Dragon Vein Mountain was also extremely thin. The rupturing of the Dragon Vein. There was no sign of life. This was also because there hadn't been many geniuses in the Dragon Clan these past few years, and they couldn't support the spirit energy of the entire Dragon Vein Mountain. Suddenly, an explosion sounded out in the sky above Dragon Vein Mountain. Endless pressure fell from the sky, pouring down. Rumble! 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 The summit of Dragon Vein Mountain's Dragon King Mountain instantly shattered as all the previous statues of the Dragon Lord crumbled, broke, and tumbled down. The whole Dragon Clan was shocked. Long Wushan roared and immediately transformed into his divine dragon form as he flew out. "Who dares to be so impudent in the dragon race's land?" Before he could finish his words, rumble! Long Wushan's head sank. A heavy force pressed down on the center of his head. He raised his eyes, and his heart was instantly filled with coldness. His voice even started to tremble. "Profound Emperor Xian, Lord Emperor Xian, yes, yes, it's you." In an instant, he became a coward. Even if he was stepped on the head, he didn't dare to retaliate. Instead, he lowered his body to let the Emperor Xian feel a bit more comfortable standing. Many of the Dragon Clan disciples were unhappy. Very unhappy. There were even many people who cursed Long Wushan, this useless coward. The dragons were born for war. Long Wushan was actually so cowardly. If he wasn't the most powerhouse of the dragon race, he would have been driven out of here a long time ago. Emperor Xian coldly snorted and said, "Long Wushan, tell all of your descendants to come out right now." Long Wushan did not dare delay and immediately said, "I will immediately do it." Roar! A dragon's roar could be heard, and the dragon's language could be heard. One by one, they all walked out. There were young dragons, dragons and women, and also incomparably old dragons. Long Wushan lowered his body and said, "Master, all of them are here. There are some that are cultivating outside and can't return for the time being." The Emperor Xian's gaze lessened. In that instant, with a flip of his right hand, countless streams of ancient inheritance's energy surged, condensing into a power that was like the sky, pressing down fiercely. Rumble! Immediately, those dragons were all crushed into bloody corpses by this power. The dragon race was like a river of blood. With a flip of his palm, the Dragon Clan's blood flowed like rivers. With a flip of his palm, the dragon clan's blood flowed like rivers. The dragon vein mountain shook greatly, and the mountains crumbled. The statues of the previous dragon lords crumbled, shattered, and tumbled into the abyss. Long Wushan was dumbstruck. As he watched the dragon race being destroyed, their clansmen crushed into mincemeat, their blood flowing like rivers, what he was thinking in his heart was not revenge, not hatred, but trembling. His heart turned cold. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Lo, Lord, what's wrong you? His lips were trembling, and he couldn't even speak properly. Because the aura being emitted by Emperor Xian's body was simply too strong. That killing intent and rage were like they would be crushed if they were to be touched. However, seeing his own clan members killed, Long Wushan's reaction was indeed too weak. Emperor Xian squinted his eyes and said solemnly, "This is only the interest, kid. I will personally wring out your head." While they were talking, Emperor Xian stared at Long Wushan. Plop! Long Wushan immediately knelt on the ground and begged, "Please spare me, please do whatever you want me to, please spare me." He was scared to death. The Emperor Xian snorted coldly, filled with disdain, and said, "Why would a dragon produce trash like you?" Long Wushan did not dare to refute being called trash. Emperor Xian asked, "Do you know why I killed your clansmen today?" Long Wushan said, "There must be someone in the dragon race who angered the Lord. Tell me, who is it? I will personally present his head to you." Emperor Xian said coldly, "You? Are you worthy?" Long Wushan said, Yes, I am not qualified." He was like a grandson in front of the Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian said, "Do you still remember Long Zhanting's son?" Long Wushan's pupils contracted and he replied, "I remember." Emperor Xian said, "He destroyed my god's tribe, destroyed my shrine. Now do you know why I have come here today?" "He has guts." Long Wushan said, "Master, I will immediately go to Universal Realm to capture him. I will definitely make him kneel in front of you." At this moment, Long Wushan secretly became ruthless. "Damned little bastard, I should have killed you back then and caused trouble everywhere. Now all of the dragons are in your hands. Just you wait. I won't forgive you." If not for Long Fei, the dragon race would not have formed rivers of blood. He would not become a commander-in-chief. All of this was done by Long Fei. Long Wushan blamed all of this onto Long Fei. He hated Long Fei. Emperor Xian said, "No need, the passage is closed. You cannot go out and he cannot go in either, but I heard his father is still alive?" Long Wushan didn't dare to hide anything. Long Zhanting is still alive. He's currently being locked up by me in the Dragon Abyss dungeon, enduring the pain of the dragon-locked chains bone eroding. His son actually dared to provoke Master. I will immediately break Long Zhanting's dragon tendon and refine his dragon soul. The Emperor Xian became a little impatient and said, "Just leave him to me." Long Wushan said, "Understood. It's just that he only has half a life left, there's nothing he can do. I don't know what sire would like." Emperor Xian glared at him coldly. Long Wushan immediately kowtowed and said, "Please spare my life, this one spoke too much." Emperor Xian replied, "You just need to follow my instructions, understand? As long as you listen obediently, you can live for at least a few more days." Long Wushan's heart relaxed, and as if he had received an amnesty, he said, Be good. I will definitely listen to you. I will immediately bring Long Zhanting here. Please wait a moment." Long Wushan made a good dog. Emperor Xian laughed disdainfully as he watched Long Wushan leave. Dragon Clan? TCH. Long Baishan's reincarnation? I don't care what first powerhouse you are, or whether you are a reincarnated powerhouse or not. Now is my world, I don't care what you are in my world. If I want you to lie on the ground, you have to lie on the ground, I want you to kneel. Emperor Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the rivers of blood flowing through Dragon Vein Mountain. Ha ha ha! Wait! When I find the repression of boundary stones, I will immediately attack the universal realm. I will definitely crush you to pieces. Dragon Abyss Dungeon. Long Wushan landed heavily as the aura on his body burned, as though he was enraged. In the center of Dragon Abyss Dungeon, Long Zhantian was hanging half-dead in midair. The dragon-locked chain had penetrated his body and dry black blood was everywhere on the chain. Her long hair covered her face. His beard was unshaven. The wound was still dripping with blood. Walala! Long Wushan heavily stood on top of a dragon-locked chain and immediately pulled it out of Long Zhanting's body. Long Zhanting let out a miserable scream, raised his eyes and looked at Long Wushan, laughing out loud. Ha ha ha! Long Zhanting, you still dare to laugh? Long Wushan flipped his right hand and a surge of energy locked onto more than a dozen dragon-locked chain, then violently pulled. Walala! More than 10 chains were pulled out from Long Zhanting's body, causing fresh blood to gush out with incomparable pain, but this time Long Zhanting did not let out a scream. Instead, he sneered, Long Wushan, looks like Emperor Xian made you kneel on the ground again? You dog! Long Wushan roared out, isn't it all because of your son? Long Zhanting, do you know what just happened? The thousands of Dragon Clan disciples were smashed into meat paste by Emperor Xian's palm. The entire Dragon Vein Mountain was covered in a river of blood. Dragon King Mountain had even collapsed. All of the previous statues of Dragon Lords were destroyed. Do you know why? It's all because of what your son did. Yet, they had offended the Emperor Xian, and even beat him up. The shrine that was created and his clansmen were all killed. Is he tired of living? Long Wushan said heavily. If Long Fei was in front of him, he promised to tear Long Fei into 10 million pieces. Hearing Long Wushan's words, Long Zhanting became even more excited and said, Good job, as expected of my Long Zhanting's son. Ha ha ha! He never thought that Long Fei would actually have grown to such a stage. Soon, Long Zhanting secretly thought, Xiao Fei is about to enter the ancient world. Wan Er, did you see that? Our son is about to come to the ancient world, ha ha ha. He was extremely excited. The pain in his body was as though he couldn't feel it. Long Wushan coldly snorted and said, Humph, Long Zhanting, how many more days do you think your son will live? Do you think your son can enter the ancient world? He won't be able to come in for the rest of his life. The passage to human realm upon heavens has already been closed by the Emperor Xian. No one can enter it now, no one can leave it. When Emperor Xian is done with the ancient world, your son will immediately die, and at that time, I want to see how you can still smile. Long Wushan said in disdain. And you are going to die soon. Emperor Xian is up there, he's going to take your life. Come, give me to him. Long Zhanting was not afraid in the slightest. So what if you're Emperor Xian? How could the Dragon Clan be afraid? He was not Long Wushan, he had never been afraid of anyone, and the only thing in this world that could make him worry about was his wife and children. How is my wife now? He didn't know. But he knew that Long Fei had become stronger, to be able to overturn shrine, he had grown up. It was just a matter of time before he entered ancient world. Like this, Long Zhanting knew that he would instead become Long Fei's burden. With his current condition, even if dragon-locked chain cores were to heal, it would still be useless, so he wanted to walk first. This way, it would not implicate Long Fei. Long Zhanting was very calm. Long Wushan laughed coldly and said, Long Zhanting, you still have a chance. As long as you tell me that secret, I will tell Emperor Xian that you are already dead. Secret? Long Zhanting had always been protecting a secret that even he, the Patriarch, did not know. The reason Long Wushan imprisoned him here all these years was for this secret. Now that the Emperor Xian wanted Long Zhanting by name, he had to know the real secret. Long Zhanting mocked and said, You are already a dog by the side of Emperor Xian. How could a dog like you be worthy of knowing this secret? Do you understand what it means to be a good dog? Long Wushan's eyes became angry and he instantly appeared in front of Long Zhanting. He grabbed onto Long Zhanting's hair and said fiercely, Long Zhanting, all of this is the doing of you father and son. It's all your fault for being like this. Now tell me, where exactly is the secret treasure left behind by the master? Speak. Do you want to bring it into the coffin? Do you really want the treasure left behind by the master to never see the light of day? Long Wushan said heavily, as he used one hand to pull the dragon-locked chain that was passing through Long Zhanting's heart. Long Zhanting endured the pain and laughed coldly. The treasure left behind by the master is not for a dog like you. Don't worry, my son will definitely find it. You want it. You are not worthy. Long Wushan roared in fury. Ah! His heart twitched as the chain was pulled. Long Zhanting was in so much pain that it seemed as if his soul was about to leave his body, and his entire body couldn't help but tremble. Long Wushan said furiously, Say it. Long Zhanting said, I said you aren't worthy. Ah! Both of Long Wushan's palms moved. The dragon claw grabbed Long Zhanting by the throat and lifted him up into the air. Walala! Walala! All of the dragon-locked chain were lifted up, and all of their weights were on Long Zhanting's body, as if his body was about to be torn apart. Pain. Incomparable pain. However, what was this pain to someone who didn't care about life and death? He had gotten used to it over the past 100 years. Long Zhanting laughed coldly. Long Wushan roared, Tell me. Long Zhanting continued to laugh coldly. Long Wushan moved his left hand. Boom! Dragon power rose up from all directions. On the dragon claw, a stream of power circulated out, and was about to smash onto Long Zhanting's head, but in this instant, Emperor Xian's voice suddenly stopped. Long Wushan, what are you planning to do? In an instant, Long Wushan was just like a mouse who saw a cat, instantly retracted. He retracted the aura on his body and immediately knelt down in the air, saying, Master, I want to teach him a lesson. The Emperor Xian descended. Looking at Long Zhanting, whose entire body was tightly sealed by the dragon-locked chain, his gaze turned cold and killing intent burst out. Long Wushan's mind tensed up and immediately sent a sound transmission to him. Long Zhanting, hurry up and say it. Emperor Xian already has a killing intent. If you don't, you won't have the chance. Do you think I'm willing to be a dog for the Emperor Xian? Do you think I want to see the dragons trampled under his feet? As long as I get the secret treasures left behind by the master, I can avenge the dragon clan. Tell me quickly. Long Wushan did not give up. No one was willing to be a slave or a dog. Everyone wanted to be the best. Long Wushan was the same. However, this world cared about fists. Compared to the Emperor Xian, Long Wushan was too weak. If he wanted to become strong, he only needed to obtain the secret treasures left behind by the master back then. Long Zhanting laughed coldly, and did not reply with a sound transmission, but directly said, You are worthy. One word at a time. Long Wushan was so angry that his hairs were standing on end. He gritted his teeth so hard that his hair was standing on end, and if not for the presence of Emperor Xian, he would definitely have killed Long Zhanting. Emperor Xian looked at Long Zhanting and asked, You are Long Fei's father? Long Zhanting said, Not bad, I heard that my son destroyed your god's tribe. That's great news, haha. Emperor Xian's gaze tensed up. Long Wushan immediately said, Long Zhanting, you're courting death. Long Zhanting ignored him. Emperor Xian said, Indeed, your son destroyed shrine, but he will kneel before me then. Long Zhanting said, My Long family's people do not kneel, do not bow to the heavens. In the entire dragon clan, only a useless dog like Long Wushan would kneel to you. Oh! Emperor Xian smiled faintly as the idea moved. Boom! A burst of power exploded out, and instantly pressed down on Long Zhanting's shoulder. Plop! Long Zhanting was instantly crushed to the point of him kneeling on the ground. No matter how long Zhanting resisted, it was useless. He just could not get up. The Emperor Xian disdainfully said, "Aren't you kneeling on the ground now as well?" Long Wushan also mocked, "Long Zhanting, do you know as well?" Long Zhanting said, "Old man Emperor Xian, if you're capable, kill me now. Otherwise, you will have to pay 10,000 times the price one day." Long Wushan wanted to step up and make his move, but Emperor Xian gave him a glance, scaring him away, and said, "You want to ask for death? Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Either I don't do it or I don't. Once I finish this part, I'll bring you to your son. I'll make him kneel in front of me and tremble." Finished. Emperor Xian rolled up his sleeves and a powerful force directly sucked Long Zhanting in. Long Zhanting could not struggle. Long Wushan laughed coldly, "Serves you right. Who could he fight with? Why did he have to fight with the Emperor Xian?" This was the result. Imprisoning Long Zhanting in a special space, Emperor Xian looked at Long Wushan and said, "Go and guard the passage and prevent anyone from entering or leaving the ancient world, understand?" Although the passageway was closed, but just in case Emperor Xian was still worried. Moreover, of course, Long Wushan had to make good use of this dog. Although Long Wushan was a coward, he was still a first-class powerhouse. Amongst the concealed ancient families, not many were Long Wushan's match. Long Wushan immediately replied, "Yes. Universal Realm." The sky sword suddenly flew out, "Old Master." Long Fei's gaze tensed up. "What's wrong?" The sky sword said, "When the Old Master is in trouble, he asked me to tell you not to enter the ancient world, and to leave the universal realm as soon as possible." Long Fei looked at the sky sword and said, "You know about my character, so my father should also know about it." The sky sword was silent for a moment and then said, "Old Master has been captured by the Emperor Xian. He told me that if you were to enter the ancient world, you should first head to the peak of the Dragon Vein Mountains Dragon King. Shrine was shattered, God's tribe was exterminated by Black Hair Illusory Shadow with just one move. Shrine was shattered, God's tribe was exterminated by Black Hair Illusory Shadow with just one move. Long Fei was in the air. The young Taoist, the Wild King, stood to his left and right. Long Fei's clone was standing in front of Long Fei. It was a very familiar feeling, but also very unfamiliar. Long Fei couldn't remember where she had seen him before, and there was no memory of him at all. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember. It was the same for Long Fei's clone. Actually, he was not just a clone, he was an independent existence with his own consciousness. He had his own cultivation and was not under the control of. However, the clone knew that he was a part of Long Fei, and for the past few years, he had been following Real Face's instructions and developed shamelessly. Long Fei looked at his clone and thought, "So familiar, who is he? Damned Emperor Xian! Damned memory seal!" Long Fei shouted fiercely in his heart. He had only killed the illusion of the Emperor Xian, not the real face, so his memories of the seal were still there, and it had bound him, leaving him with many things that he could not recall. His avatar could not help but ask, "Do you know me?" Long Fei shook his head. "I've never seen it before." The clone laughed bitterly in his heart. "It seems like he is not my real face. Why do I keep having the feeling that he is my real face? Why is this feeling so intense? Maybe it's because I miss the real face too much?" Even the doppelganger himself wasn't sure. However, if Long Fei denied it himself, then it must not be so. The clone wrapped his arms around his chest and said, "Then I'll be taking my leave. See you later if fate wills it." Long Fei was a little reluctant, but this was the only way. He hugged his hands and said, "If fate wills it, we will meet again." The doppelganger turned into a flash of purple light and disappeared on the spot. He thought to himself, "Where the hell are you? Am I not strong enough? If the universal realm is not here, then he is definitely in the ancient world." Ancient world. He looked at the sky. The human realm upon heavens had already closed. It was already very difficult to enter the ancient world. No matter how difficult, I still want to enter the ancient world. I have to find the real face. The expression in the clone's eyes was resolute. As Long Fei watched his clone leave, it was as if he had lost something in his heart. He felt an indescribable sense of loss, but he did not think too much about it. He looked at the sky and said, "Is there any way to open the passage?" He wanted to enter the ancient world. The fact that Long Zhanting was his father was already confirmed. Now that his father had been captured, he had to quickly enter the ancient world. The Savage King said, "I'm afraid not." Young Taoist said, "The power of this restriction is very strong." Who? Long Fei let out a light breath, and the idea moved, dragon body. Roar! When the ancient dragon body appeared, it let out a roar. Then, Long Fei fiercely rushed forward and instantly landed at the entrance of the initial passage. With an explosive burst of power, his arms heavily stabbed into the air. Long Fei couldn't wait anymore. His father was captured, so he had to enter the ancient world. If the Emperor Xian did not die, Long Fei's heart would not be satisfied for one day. He wanted to know his memories. He wanted to know what had happened to him. He didn't want to be a fool anymore. His own woman was standing in front of him, yet he didn't recognize her. "Open for me." "Ah!" Long Fei bellowed. Walala! The sky was torn apart. However, what was inside the crevice was not a passageway, nor was it an ancient world, but a field of nothingness. Long Fei raged and used more strength. "Break for me!" Rumble! Rumble! The sky exploded as cracks filled the skies above Universal Realm. "Open for me!" Long Fei used his strength again. "Old man Emperor Xian, do you think you can stop me by hiding in ancient world?" Ah! The power of ancient dragon body exploded between Long Fei's hands, the kind of power that would shatter the sky with a light bang. Too strong, too fierce. Adding on the burning infinite boxing, it became even more ferocious. "Ah! Open for me!" Long Fei shouted crazily. The sky sword told him that made him unable to quell the anger in his heart. He had to enter the ancient world. He had to enter. Walala! Rumble! The sky continued to crack. The sky above Universal Realm seemed to have been pierced through by a force, and with Long Fei's fists as the center, it began to explode from all directions. The crack extended for 10,000 kilometers. The entire Universal Realm saw it. Countless people knelt on the ground and prayed. "Heavens, have mercy on us. Who's going to save us? Save the Universal Realm." They found themselves looking too closely at him now. Beneath the mountain, Murong Xiong looked at the sky that was constantly cracking and said, "If this continues, the Universal Realm will collapse and the entire plane will be destroyed." Elder Swordsman also became anxious and said, "We must stop. If we don't stop now, we'll be in trouble." Long Fei's power was too strong, to the point that the Universal Realm Sky Principle could not withstand it and began to crack continuously. If this continued, the Universal Realm would be destroyed by him. This was the power of the ancient dragon body. Long Fei's level was not high. However, the power of the ancient dragon body, however, was able to unleash a power that could crush the laws of the Universal Realm. "No way. We must stop Long Fei." Senior Mia also frowned. Murong Xiong said, "The passage to outer world has already been closed, and only the Emperor Xian can open it, but the external force cannot forcefully open it. If it is forcefully destroyed, the Universal Realm will completely collapse, and at the end, the entire plane will explode." Dimensional explosion? What kind of concept was this? Queen of Blood Moon shouted, "Hubby, stop!" Lan Mei also shouted loudly, "Long Fei, stop quickly." Quang Wang and the young Taoist were also aware of the collapse of the ancient code. If Long Fei continued like this, he would really destroy this world. Immediately, Kuang Wang charged forward, landed beside Long Fei and said, "You can't continue anymore. Look at this world when you turn around. If this continues, the entire plane will be destroyed." Long Fei was furious. He didn't think about the universal realm right now. He only wanted to charge into it and twist off the head of the Emperor Xian. Young Taoist also flew up and said loudly, "Senior brother, we can't continue any further. This world can no longer withstand your strength. Look back. There are still your brothers and sisters in this world. If you continue like this, they will all die." Long Fei's heart suddenly shivered. Thinking about his brothers, Queen of Blood Moon and the others, his heart quickly calmed down. He pulled his hands out from the void. Long Fei turned his head to look at the universal realm and saw the densely packed cracks in the sky. What happened to me? Why can't I control myself when I get angry? Is it because of the ancient dragon body? Long Fei asked himself in his heart. Both of his fists were clenched tightly. It was unknown if he was speaking to himself or to the ancient dragon body. "I am I, no one's reincarnation and no one's pawn. I am Long Fei, I am only myself." Dragons were naturally irritable creatures. Dragons were naturally irritable creatures. The recovery of the ancient dragon body also caused a change in Long Fei's personality, and he became even more manic. However, Long Fei did not forget his heart. He was him, the otaku from Earth. Small, but not as a substitute for anyone. Long Beishan's reincarnated body? It doesn't exist. Calming down, the sky that was filled with cracks slowly recovered. The unsettled universal realm also slowly calmed down. It was as if they had experienced the end of the world several times today. He would never want to experience that feeling again in his life. Long Fei landed on the ground and immediately asked, "The ancient passage is closed. Is there any way to enter the ancient world?" The elder swordsman said, "The outer world's ancient passage has always been grasped in the hands of the Emperor Xian. Unless the Emperor Xian opens, no one can enter." Senior Mie said, "This is the cleverness of the Emperor Xian. All these years he had been controlling the tunnels, and had kept the ancient world in his back garden. Now that the shrine has been destroyed, he immediately closed the passageways, preventing more people from entering the ancient world." Long Fei said, "Is there no other way?" Murong Xiong said, "Even though you are currently recovering your ancient dragon body, your strength is still at the young dragon stage. If you continue to cultivate for a bit longer, it won't be too late for you to become even stronger and enter." He had a way to enter the ancient world. However, he did not want Long Fei to enter like this. Although Long Fei had become stronger, the Emperor Xian had only sent out a shadow, and the real face was more than 10,000 times stronger than the shadow. If Long Fei were to enter the ancient world like this, he would definitely suffer a loss. If he could train a bit more and become stronger, wouldn't he have an even greater chance of winning? Long Fei replied, "Uncle, I have no time. My father was captured by the Emperor Xian." Long Zhanting was captured? Murong Xiong's gaze immediately tightened. This grandson Emperor Xian sure is fast enough. Long Zhanting has been captured. I think the dragon clan's blood is flowing like rivers now. He must be after you to capture your father. Since you were captured and not killed, it means that your father will not be in danger for the time being, and you will also be in a hurry. Murong Xiong analyzed. Elder Swordsman also said, "Emperor Xian's personality is either not doing it or not doing it at all. He definitely captured your father to deal with you. Long Fei, you aren't in a hurry to enter the ancient world right now, but you should hurry and cultivate using the power of your ancient dragon body. Only then can you enter the ancient world to crush Emperor Xian." No one wanted Long Fei to enter ancient world like this. Ancient world, a huge motherland. It is vast. Similarly, danger lurked in every corner. She was a female original world, and there were too many unstable factors in this plane. Even though she could continuously reproduce her strength, she was the most unstable existence in these planes. The danger inside was unfathomable. Long Fei was very strong now, but in ancient world, his cultivation was nothing. Moreover, he was strong in ancient dragon body. Just flesh. Queen of Blood Moon also advised, "Hubby, don't worry, your father-in-law will definitely be fine." Young Taoist also said, "Since the people from Dark World are all in Ancient World, this means that Ancient World is not simple. Senior brother, why don't you cultivate a bit more before entering?" Kuang Wang also said, "That's right." They were all advising Long Fei to enter the Ancient World later. However, Long Fei was determined and said, "I know that my current cultivation is nothing in Ancient World, but Universal Realm is no longer of any help to me. I know that the Emperor Xian is very strong, much stronger than I am now. I also know that my father will not be in any danger for the near future since he has been captured. I know all of this. However, if I want to become stronger, I must enter the Ancient World. Only the Ancient World can make me stronger, and only then can I truly cultivate out the power of the ancient dragon body." The Universal Realm was no longer suitable for Long Fei. He needed an even more powerful training ground. Moreover, his cultivation method was completely different from others. He leveled up by killing. Everyone fell silent. Murong Xiong looked at Long Fei and said, "Have you considered this clearly? The ancient world is even more terrifying than you think." Long Fei nodded and said, "I've thought it through clearly. I want to enter the ancient world." Murong Xiong didn't waste any more time speaking and said, "All right, when I came to Universal Realm, your grandfather once gave me a treasure, which is also the highest profound meaning of the magic space spell. Positioning spacetime." Murong Xiong took out something that looked like a compass. There was a needle standing upright on top. The pointer pointed to the sky and flickered slightly. There was a special type of spatial energy in the surroundings. Murong Xiong gently let go of the compass and it sunk. He then floated in the air and said, "This was used by Father when he told me to escape. The power of location is to link to the ancient world. But the coordinates to enter the ancient world is uncertain, but no one knows where it will travel to. It could be the primal chaos grounds, it could also be a forbidden area, and it could even be the Heaven's Volition City. This place is the Emperor Xian's lair in the ancient world. Nothing is certain. Long Fei, have you decided?" Queen of Blood Moon immediately grabbed Long Fei's arm and shook his head lightly. She didn't want Long Fei to take the risk. Lan Mei also gently shook his head and said, "Don't go. Ancient world was too dangerous." Young Taoist and Kuang Wang looked at Long Fei, and their eyes indicated for him not to go. Long Fei said, "I've decided I'll go." He looked at the Queen of Blood Moon, at Lan Mei and the others, and at his brothers Xiao Bai and Long Fei was very clear that he had to enter the ancient world. Only by killing the Emperor Xian and becoming the emperor of this world would this place be safe, and these people would be safe. He had to enter the ancient world. Long Fei did not say anything. She only said lightly, "Wait for me here. I will definitely come back." While they were talking, Long Fei asked, "What should I do?" Murong Xiong moved the space between his brows, and a stream of spatial energy poured into the compass, which suddenly glowed with a ray of light. "The gates of space and time." Murong Xiong said, "Only one person can enter this location. Just walk in." Long Fei took a step forward, standing in front of the gate of time and space, and didn't look back. Murong Xiong said, "Kid, entering the ancient world is all dependent on you. If you enter the God-living mountain, you must go see your grandfather. Your grandfather might know something about your mother." Long Fei nodded his head. "I will remember." Finished. Stepping into the space and time gate, his body trembled slightly. The power of space and time completely wrapped around him. This feeling was a bit ethereal, as if his body had become lighter. White light enveloped him. Long Fei looked at the scene before him as it constantly changed. Long Fei clenched both his fists tightly, and said with a heavy tone, "Ancient world, your father is here." Ancient world, matriarchal original world. Ancient world, matriarchal original world. Over the course of countless years, she had created one small plane of time after another. It was like she was the center of a galaxy. It's also the source of power for this galaxy. The mother world could also be called original world, and there weren't many original world like him in the entire universe. This was also the reason why the original world obtained so much importance first. Once the original world multiplied, it would definitely cause competition from other planes for it, robbing and even destroying it. The powerhouse that was born in the original world would affect the level of this world. The level increase of a plane does not depend on the plane itself, but on the powerhouse of a plane. These powerhouse, after absorbing the power of the original world, are constantly breaking through their limits and continuously flying up, becoming stronger. As long as they reach a certain level of strength, the plane's level will also rise. This was a type of universe law. No one was born in a powerhouse, and it was the same for planes. The immortal world, the dark world, the great young world. All sorts of supreme planes had their levels rise because they had experienced countless transformations in the powerhouse. Only then would it become the higher planes. There was only one way to make his plane grow stronger, and that was to make himself stronger and break out of that prison. This way, the plane would rise as well. The reason why the higher planes were known as the higher planes was because there were simply too many powerhouses within them. The plane of existence was like a man, and the powerhouse was the king. The weak are always faced with the fate of destruction. The laws of the earth. Buzz! Space split as Long Fei took a step forward. Bam! He stomped heavily on the ground. In a lush forest, Long Fei looked around to make sure there was no danger before he lightly breathed in the air of the ancient world and felt his presence. Nothing special. Be it the aura of power or the spirit energy of heaven and earth, there was nothing special about it. However, the moment Long Fei's feet touched the ground, the power of spatial and temporal positioning disappeared. Boom! Long Fei's body suddenly sank. He looked like he was about to kneel on the ground, and his body became tens of thousands of times heavier. It was normal for him to withstand a powerful pressure. Hoo. Long Fei's breathing hastened a bit. Without using the power of the ancient dragon body, his body was almost unable to withstand this kind of pressure. The gravity in this plane is completely different. The gravity here is more than 1,000 times stronger than in universal realm. F***CK. Is this the ancient world? Long Fei heavily stepped forward. This step, he felt as if he was dragging a piece of iron that weighed 10 million Jin. It was too heavy. This speed, it was like an ant crawling. Hoo. Just by moving his leg a little, Long Fei felt that it was about to break. Damn, isn't this way too strong? He did not fly into the ancient world. With his cultivation level, he simply could not reach the qualifications to enter the ancient world. Long Fei had forcefully entered the ancient world through location in time and space. It was also because of this that it was much more difficult for him to do so in the ancient world than it was for people who had flown into the ancient world. Every step was difficult. However, the more difficult it was, the more useful it was for Long Fei's training. Huff. Long Fei breathed heavily a few times and said, I need to get used to the ancient world's gravity as soon as possible. I need to get my body accustomed to it as soon as possible. Only by getting used to the pressure and gravity of the ancient world would Long Fei look like a normal person. No one would be able to tell at a glance that he was an outsider. And the only way for him to become strong quickly was to have the qualifications to face off against the Emperor Xian head-on. There was only one way to get used to the laws of the ancient world, trained to death, to be refined to the death. The power of the ancient dragon body was able to compete with the power of the ancient world's ancient code. However, the ancient dragon body was only one of Long Fei's powers. It was also the only trump card he had in the ancient world. It was not a shortcut for Long Fei to quickly fuse with the ancient world. He had to rely on his own strength to become stronger, and only by becoming stronger would his own ancient dragon body become stronger. Let's start with walking. Long Fei looked at his feet. Although he was standing, it was extremely strenuous, more strenuous than a child learning how to walk. Bam! He gathered up all his strength and took a heavy step forward. Very difficult. It was painful. To go from one plane to another, even entering the Hall of Eternal Life from another, Long Fei had never experienced pain. It was painful, but extremely fulfilling. Again. Boom! He took another step forward. Boom! 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 With every step, Long Fei's body trembled, and he could collapse at any moment, but he persisted on. If you can't even walk steadily, how can you kill Emperor Xian? How can I save my father? Long Fei, oh Long Fei, you have to hold on. Boom! Long Fei walked forward step by step, swaying and stumbling. He fell to the ground a few times, but he still stood up instantly without any rest. He was sweating profusely and had no time to wipe it off. There was no time for pain. Long Fei's entire body was being constantly suppressed by the pressure of the ancient world. To him, all of his speed and strength were being suppressed. It was like training in a massive gravitational space. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 1 hour, 1 day. 3 days. After a full 3 days, he finally learned how to walk steadily on the road. He would not stumble or fall to the ground. It was as if Long Fei had spent 3 years in these 3 days. Huff! Looking at his own feet, which were swollen like 2 pig thighs, Long Fei felt his heart ache. He muttered, I only learned to walk in 3 days, how long does it take to run? You can only fly? The ancient world is incomparably huge. If you can't fly, then when will you be able to find the Emperor Xian and go there? I have to increase my speed. Long Fei clenched his fists. At this time, the sound of a sword could be heard from the forest, not far away. A gentle and melodious voice rang out, Heavenly Maiden dispersing flower. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The rain of swords was like a flower, but in that instant the rain of swords disappeared. Again. Heavenly Maiden dispersing flower. Why is it still not working? I don't believe it. Heavenly Maiden dispersal. He was unable to unleash the power of this sword move even after repeating it several times. Could it be that I didn't fly high enough? No way. There are only 3 days until the day of the family competition. I must learn this move, otherwise, my father will gift me to the Gui's family. I don't want it. I hate Gui Taibao. Ah! The girl let out a furious roar and flew up into the sky. She then flew out of the forest with her sword out of nowhere, letting out a humming sound. And then he pointed at the sword and charged toward one direction. He shouted, Tian Nu. It was also at this time. She suddenly realized that there was someone at the front. Immediately, she panicked. Quick, quick, dodge. Long Fei also did not expect that a lady would suddenly descend from the sky, and she was even holding onto a sword. Damn, what's going on? Hey, hey, hey. That person, you, quickly run away. Hey, hey, hey. That person, you, quickly run away. The young girl was completely flustered. He couldn't control his own speed. Long Fei was also shocked. Without thinking too much, he relied on the 3 days of walking to hide on the other side. However, he turned around and saw that the girl in white was still rushing towards him. Long Fei was a little depressed. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the girl said angrily, "You are such a person, can you move away from me?" Long Fei. All right. I'll just hide away. Long Fei moved a few more steps and thought to himself, this should be far, the direction is completely off. However, he turned around and looked. The sword was almost at the back of his head. Holy sh**t. Long Fei cursed. The girl was also incomparably embarrassed as she said, I can't control my direction. You better hurry up and avoid it. Long Fei said, you have been constantly locking onto me, can I dodge? Long Fei's mind moved. He wanted to release the body of the ancient dragon body. However, then, he recalled that the ancient dragon body was the only thing he could rely on in the ancient world, and he could not easily expose it. It's time to demonstrate my true skills. Long Fei smiled slightly. This daddy here is so coquettish in the game. That's a coquettish comparison. Positioning was extremely important in the game. Long Fei had always been immersed in the game during his years as a otaku on Earth. It couldn't be used on Earth. However, it was different in this world. Long Fei's aura slightly moved, and using all his strength, he said, "Look at my walk like a snake." He took a step forward. And although he wasn't fast, his body moved slightly to the side, dodging the sword chi released by the girl. His body twisted. He returned to his original spot and moved again. Boom! He dodged another sword aura. Boom! Boom! When the sword chi that filled the sky was released, the young lady could not control it, and her little heart seemed to want to jump out. Seeing Long Fei jumping left and right, looking very miserable, she became more worried, and the more worried she became, the more she panicked. It doesn't matter if you panic. The most important thing was, this time she was able to unleash the flower that she had always been unable to release, and it was also very powerful. If this sword flower landed on Long Fei's body, even if it didn't die, it would at least take half a life, right? When the girl thought of this, she nearly cried from anxiety. Quickly dodge! Quickly dodge! Long Fei scolded. Are you blind? Didn't you see that your father has been hiding all this time? If it wasn't for my walk like a snake, I would have already died under your sword. Long Fei was furious, but despite his anger, he kept on twisting his butt. Using his only speed, he ingeniously avoided the sword flowers of the young girl. The things from the previous timeline are finally going to be of some use. Long Fei rejoiced secretly. However, his physical strength was unable to keep up. The ancient world's gravity was too strong, so with this set of sharp footsteps, Long Fei's movements obviously slowed down. He had only learned how to walk for 3 days without even learning how to run. Under such a sky full of sword rain, he was at his limit. Plus, his speed was very slow. The girl's sword was right above his head, shooting out like a 98k, afraid that he would not die. No way. If this goes on, even if we don't die, we'll be exhausted. Long Fei was very clear about his current situation. The young lady was like his enemy, chasing and beating him up. If not for the panic on her face, Long Fei would have thought that she was someone Emperor Xian had sent to kill him. Who? Long Fei suddenly stopped. The young girl panicked, because she was flying very low, very close to the ground. If Long Fei stopped, he would definitely be injured by the sword. Get out of the way, quickly get out of the way. Let your sister go? This daddy here is being chased by you even after hiding so far away. The walk like a snake is still being chased by you. If you move aside, this daddy here won't be a man anymore. Long Fei shouted and his body sank. Not caring about the taboo between males and females, he hugged the young girl. The girl was stunned. She did not expect Long Fei to suddenly hug her, causing her to lose her center of gravity, and her entire person to be hugged by Long Fei. However, the impact still remained, but in the instant Long Fei hugged them, The two of them immediately started rolling on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The floor rolled a few dozen times. The girl felt dizzy and her eyeballs were rolling. She couldn't tell which direction was the right one. She randomly grabbed for a bit and her body sank again. She then rushed forward again. Lips pressed against a soft spot. He lightly inhaled and felt something was wrong. She opened her eyes and found herself kissing a man on the mouth. The man in front of her was also glaring at her angrily. In an instant, the young girl didn't care about her dizziness as she suddenly sat up and slapped him. Stinking hooligan! However, when the girl kissed Long Fei's lips, he was already prepared. He raised his hand high up to block her slap and asked, "Who's the hooligan? Why didn't you say that you were a hooligan when you were living in person? Look who you're sitting on. Look at your own seat, you rogue," Long Fei said fiercely. The young girl sat on the ground below Long Fei's abdomen. Her cheeks flushed. The girl instantly stood up and glared fiercely at Long Fei. Because she had fainted, she was unable to stand properly and was about to fall. Long Fei's hands were quick. He pulled at the girl's clothes, Chi-La. A large piece of the dress on her thigh was torn apart, revealing more than half of her fair and flawless long legs. Just her large white legs were enough to make anyone unable to control them. Long Fei was a normal man. When he saw some exciting scenes, he would react. However, he only swallowed a little. However, this action of hers had already been judged by the girl to be a hooligan filled with evil thoughts. She angrily shouted, "Let go of your dirty hands." Long Fei said lightly, "Are you sure?" The girl did not want to stay for even a second longer and said, "Let go." Long Fei lightly put it down. The young girl lost her center of gravity and fell down like a dog eating shit. It doesn't matter. What mattered was that she had fallen into a puddle of dirty water. After taking a large gulp of yellow mud, her white dress became instantly drenched. She didn't wear much anyway, so it was fine if her white dress wasn't wet. But now that she was wet, his body was completely exposed. Exquisite curve, convex and convex. Exquisite. The young lady crawled out of the pool of water, looked at Long Fei's innocent appearance, and felt as if smoke was coming out of her head. Long Fei shrugged. "You asked me to let go of him, ah." As he spoke, his naked eyes wandered over the girl, as if he was admiring some art piece. The young lady became angry and directly picked up the sword on the ground and pointed it at Long Fei's eyes. "Have you seen enough, you old rogue?" "Tch." Long Fei disdained and said, "It's so small, I don't really want to see it. Nothing else matters." However, the word small fiercely provoked the young girl, causing her eyes to appear as if she was about to burst with killing intent. No woman can accept the fact of being small. No woman can accept the fact of being small. Moreover, the chest of this young girl before her was actually not small. In her heart, this was the chest that she was the most satisfied with because it was so big. Yet now, he was actually called small by someone. There was a kind of anger that one could kill but not humiliate. Pointing the sword tip, he pointed at Long Fei's forehead and angrily bellowed, "Say that again." As she spoke, she straightened her body, making it stand out even more clearly. She thought to herself, "Are you blind?" Of course, compared to the small steamed bun in Guangxi, the small steamed bun was obviously smaller. All the women that Long Fei had met were older than her. Be it Queen of Blood Moon or Lan Mei, even Su Su was older than the girl in front of him, so Long Fei naturally thought that she was young. This was also related to the age of the young girl. At most, she would only be able to reach this level in 20 or 8 years. Looking at the blade in front of her, then glancing at the young girl who stood up straight, Long Fei purposely said to anger her, "Let me see the airport?" The girl didn't know what an airport was and asked, "What is an airport? Is it big?" "Airfield. That must be big, how else can we stop the plane?" Long Fei said with a serious face. The girl's face turned slightly better as a trace of a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She whispered, "That's more like it. However, just now why didn't you run away when I told you to? Furthermore, you even kissed me. Do you know who I am?" When the young girl thought of the scene just now, her cheeks blushed. That feeling was very short, but it gave her a strange feeling. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. Year 28, the season of spring. The yearning for love, the fantasy of forbidden fruit. At her age, she was eager to try and touch it, but she was also a bit afraid. Long Fei saw the redness on her face and chuckled in his heart. "I'll flirt with her first." He was now entirely an old driver. Especially when he met this sort of novice. He was an old driver that could move swiftly and gracefully. Long Fei said, "Do you know why I'm here? Do you know why I was always hiding from you?" The girl shook her head. "I don't know. Why?" Long Fei said, "Because this is fate. You and I are fated to meet. I am fated to be unable to escape your pursuit, and you are also fated to fall into my arms and be kissed. This is fate, the fate agreed upon in our previous lives." Long Fei spoke very seriously. The young girl was also listening very seriously. Moreover, her face was full of seriousness and she seemed to completely believe Long Fei's words, and she muttered, "Is it really like that? Destined? No wonder I couldn't control my sword intent. Could it really be what he said? Too cute." He immediately believed it. Long Fei could not control himself and almost laughed out loud. "You can even believe this?" Long Fei slowly got up from the ground and asked, "Why are you here?" The girl said, "I train here every day." Long Fei walked to the side of the girl and said, "That's right, you are training here every day, so why would I appear here again? I was not there when you were practicing your sword, so why did you lose control over your sword moves when I was around?" As he slowly spoke, Long Fei gently held onto the girl's small waist. That feeling. The young girl's skin was truly good. Long Fei could not help but sigh in his heart. The girl said, "Is it fate again?" Long Fei said, "That's right, isn't this fate?" When Long Fei was about to block the girl from entering his embrace, the girl's eyes suddenly trembled, and she immediately broke free from Long Fei's arm and jumped 3 meters away. The tip of the sword moved again, and pointed at the center of Long Fei's brows, saying, "I don't believe that fate has decreed it. My mother had told me before, that the more sweet talk you have, the more one will not believe you, and the more one will not be able to believe. What I told you about fate, the more untrustworthy a man is. You are just an old rogue." The young girl seemed to wake up instantly. And at that moment, the sword pointed at the center of Long Fei's brows. The sword hummed softly. Seeing that, Long Fei's footsteps moved slightly. Another walk like a snake dodged his sword and said, "Sister, this fate was arranged by the heavens. Otherwise, why would you have kissed me just now?" When the young girl heard him, she angrily said, "It's not me kissing you, it's you, old rogue, kissing me. No. Nothing just happened." Long Fei acted as if he was very disappointed. "Why didn't anything happen? That was my first kiss." The young girl said angrily, "That was also my first kiss." No. Her mind kept deleting the scene from earlier, but the more he wanted to delete the kiss on Long Fei's mouth, the more profound the image became, as if it was being slowly played. In her heart, she was even more infuriated. He could not be bothered with that. His sword stabbed forward, saying, "Nothing happened. Nothing happened." The young girl puffed up with anger. However, her sword moves were not disorderly, and continued to pierce towards Long Fei. Long Fei exerted his walk like a snake to the extreme, and kept on dodging. Furthermore, he kept saying, "I didn't expect you to be such a person, stole my first kiss, and even said such hurtful words. Now you actually want to silence me? The more people find it hard to believe." The sword technique stopped for a moment. The girl looked at Long Fei and asked, "Are you saying that I am very pretty?" Long Fei. A woman's way of thinking was completely different. He had no idea what her center of gravity was. The young lady reacted again. Her sword danced again as she faced Long Fei, her sword movements becoming sharper and sharper. However, Long Fei also unleashed his walk like a snake to its utmost limit as he kept on moving with heavy steps, dodging every single sword move dangerously. The girl could also tell that Long Fei's position was too weird. He had dodged every move. This cultivation base. It was definitely not low. However, the aura on Long Fei's body was very weak, like a newborn baby. It was impossible for such a weak aura to have any cultivation, and even more so impossible to avoid his sword moves. Could it be that he had relied on his posture to dodge the attack? The girl was shocked. Inborn powerhouse? In ancient world, Long Fei was really like a newborn baby, because he used time and space to locate his body and enter the ancient world. In this plane, his body was incomparably weak. If he did not use the ancient dragon body, he would have difficulty walking. No level, no cultivation, and no magical equipment to rely on. He could only rely on his posture to barely dodge the sword move. The young girl continued to attack. Long Fei continuously dodged. Every single move was extremely dangerous, and he had dodged every single attack. The girl suddenly stopped, looked at Long Fei's moving steps, and asked, What kind of position is this?" Long Fei immediately exhaled and said, "Walk like a snake." The girl did not hear clearly and said, "What? Walk like snakeskin?" Walk like snakeskin. Walk like snakeskin? Long Fei stared at her, and suddenly cursed. "Snakeskin your sister, I am called the walk like a snake, do you understand?" The girl didn't seem to care at all as she said, "The snake skin and snake form are more or less the same. It's just a type of movement anyway." "What do you mean almost? Can the skin and form of a snake be the same?" Long Fei could not tolerate his walk like a snake being said to be like the skin of a snake. The girl did not want to argue, so she asked, "Can you teach me?" Long Fei said with disdain. The girl said, "I can give you money." Long Fei said, "Do I look like a shallow person to you?" The girl said, "I can give you a lot of money." Long Fei asked, "How much?" The girl raised a finger and said, "So many." Long Fei asked, 100 million? The girl shook her head. "No. Damn more. Although I am not a shallow person, but people need to spend their money to live, so I won't panic no matter where I go." Long Fei said confidently, "A billion?" The girl still shook her head. "No." Long Fei felt that he guessed too much and said, 1 million. The girl shook her head. 100,000? No. Long Fei asked, "How much is that?" The girl said, "Just one." Long Fei was immediately angered. "Who do you think I am? $1? $1 and you want to imitate this father's snake skin? No, walk like a snake? Are you dreaming?" Long Fei was very angry. The young lady did not argue, her sword lightly moved, with a look of, "This young miss will definitely eat you," she said. "It's true that you're missing one, but what about? I know your cultivation level very well. You can say that you don't have any cultivation level. Just now I didn't infuse any spiritual energy into my sword technique, so you were able to easily dodge. If I use my spiritual power, you won't be able to dodge it. Do you believe me?" The young lady smiled faintly and waved the sword in her hand lightly. Buzz. Buzz. The sword hum was different from before. Indeed, Long Fei had just learned how to walk in ancient world, and didn't have any rank at all. If it was his own strength, he really wouldn't be a match for the girl in front of him. The girl looked at Long Fei and laughed. "Don't worry, follow me. I will definitely let you have a good time. If you perform well, I might even be able to introduce you to a few girls." Heh heh. What was she thinking now? She was temporarily unable to grasp the heavenly maiden's scattering flower, and would not be able to cultivate it in a short period of time. If she were to make a fool of herself on the stage, not only would she lose face, but she would also bring shame to the family. Rather than that, he might as well take a step back and cultivate Long Fei's walk like a snake. It seemed that it was easier than cultivating Heaven Lady dispersing flower. As long as he succeeded in his cultivation, he would be able to handle this competition. Long Fei didn't know what she was planning. However, for Long Fei, if he wanted to understand the ancient world as soon as possible, he had to remove the people from the ancient world and look through their ancient book. The young lady in front of him had an extraordinary temperament. She was definitely a disciple of one of the large families, so if he followed her, he might be able to understand ancient world even faster. Right now, what Long Fei needed to do was to understand this world and find out the traces of the Emperor Xian. Long Fei muttered, "Since it's a few girls' clones, I will reluctantly agree. However, let's get to the point, my snake skin. How many levels you can learn of walk like a snake are all up to you." The young girl's heart jumped with joy as she said, "Don't worry, I am the Lin clan's little genius." At this moment, a few shouts came from the forest not far away. "Little Sister Schwanger! Eldest Miss! Little Sister Schwanger!" Hearing that, Lin Schwanger's eyes immediately turned sinister. "Gui Taibao, are you lingering?" "Humph! As long as I win this match, I won't marry you." Lin Schwanger roared fiercely. He looked at his own dirty clothes, then turned and stared at Long Fei. Long Fei shrunk and said, "I also only wore one." Lin Schwanger said, "I don't care, take off your clothes." Long Fei said, "I won't." Lin Schwanger said, "You can't escape? If you don't take it off, then I'll shout molest. When the time comes, I'll see what you can do. These people won't be as gentle to you as I am." "You're calling me molester? You're gentle? Damn, what has this world become?" Long Fei was bitter. Lin Schwanger said, "Don't worry, since this sister said she will take care of you, she will definitely hug you well. As long as you listen obediently, I will definitely protect you. Give me your clothes." She didn't want Gui Taibao to see her own body that he could faintly see. Long Fei muttered, "I wonder who that old rogue is." Without waiting for Long Fei to take off his clothes, Lin Schwanger grabbed it and draped it over his body. At this time, a somewhat handsome young man walked over. Seeing Long Fei half-naked, and also seeing Lin Schwanger wearing the clothes of a man, moreover, the dress on her thigh was torn, revealing her white legs. Immediately, both of Gui Taibao's eyes were filled with rage as his hand turned into a claw and clawed at Long Fei's throat. He bellowed out, "Scoundrel, you actually dare to bully my Schwanger! Die!" It was very sharp. Moreover, his eyes was filled with killing intent. His claw had never thought of letting Long Fei live. Long Fei's gaze tightened, and the idea moved slightly. Lin Schwanger blocked with his sword, and directly blocked in front of Gui Taibao's hand claw, and immediately shouted out, "Gui Taibao, what are you planning to do?" She couldn't let anything happen to Long Fei. She still wanted to learn walk like snakeskin from Long Fei. Being blocked in one move, Gui Taibao became even angrier. "Schwanger, what are you doing? He deserves to die as a rapist." The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Because Lin Schwanger had actually helped Long Fei, Gui Taibao was extremely furious in his heart. Lin Schwanger said, "Did you see that eye of his do something bad to me? I just fell. He just gave me my clothes to keep out the cold." "Gui Taibao, do you think that everyone is as dirty as you?" Gui Taibao's eyes turned sinister as he stared intently at Long Fei. Long Fei laughed bitterly in his heart. Damn, I got into trouble again. However, he didn't care. He was merely an ancient world ranker. As long as he used the power of the ancient dragon body, crushing 10,000 of them was not a problem. Lin Schwanger stood in front of Long Fei, looked at the Lin family servants, and reprimanded. Who told you to bring him here? The two servants lowered their heads and did not speak. Gui Taibao said, Little sister Schwanger, Uncle Lin told me to come here. He said that you are here to practice the sword, and asked me to give you some pointers. Lin Schwanger said coldly, There's no need, you can go back. Gui Taibao did not leave. Lin Schwanger said, You don't understand human speech? I don't need you to teach me, I've already been taught by someone. Gui Taibao asked, Who taught you? Lin Schwanger glanced at Long Fei, then pointed at the dumbstruck Long Fei, him. Long Fei was startled, Your sister. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.